Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Triz, and today we'll be chatting with writer James Bixby. We have a fantastic giveaway of a copy of Catalyst Board Games Parachute Panda. Type your NPC in the chat for a free entry to win. The drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Emerald Glitch, coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. In Rem Alternis news, if you are looking for all natural soaps, lotions, potions, and more exciting alchemical wonders, look no further than Pure Alchemy Soaps, specializing in handcrafted RPG themed soaps with unique fragrances that perfectly encompass who your character is in any campaign. Check out the link in chat to get some of your own. Persephone is now available on Backer Kit, Pledge Manager for pre-order. The prolific science fiction author Kevin J. Anderson has teamed up with film producer Jeffrey Morris to bring you this story of space travel and human survival. Check it out now to get your copy and other awesome rewards. And lastly, embark on a nostalgic journey with Dear Pen Pal Belgium 1980, a captivating Kickstarter project by award-winning author Jennifer Brozek. Immerse yourself in 24 heartfelt letters mailed to your home and penned by a fictionalized 10-year-old Jennifer navigating the challenges of a Belgian high school in another country, all while maintaining a vivid imagination and befriending a ghostly companion. Follow the project to get notified on launch by clicking on the link in chat. All right, and now time to get into our conversation for this week. Stay tuned, NPCs. One more time. Welcome back, NPCs, and welcome back to you, James. How are you doing?
Well, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Well, I would say that you could go and have a rundown, but you're about to get into that right now. As we always like to start the show with, what is your history as a gamer?
Um, I guess the first thing I should point out is that I am a proud member of the Nintendo generation. The best way to, or the best story I could possibly give on that was when I was a wee lad about yay tall. That I was diagnosed with dyslexia, and I had really, really bad handwriting and astigmatism, all the sorts of just not performing well, even in kindergarten levels of school. And so my doctor said, "Get your kid a Nintendo. The controller actually works all the fingers, not just your wrist. It'll do them some good." My handwriting still sucks. I can't read for anything, but I can beat Mario 3 if you want. Um, as far as tabletop gaming, that's a little bit more of a convoluted story. I'll try to give you the cliff notes. Um, when I was in sixth grade, um, I had switched schools, and there was this one kid, and he and I just hated each other. We were just at each other's throats all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so um, after about 6 months, the teacher at the end of the rope said, "Okay, I'm going to try something different because you two have been getting into fights like every month at this point. You two are going to work together on a science project." And I later learned from some friends who had served in the military that this was a common thing for people who didn't get along. Teach people that sort of you don't have to like each other, but you got to learn to coexist, sort of thing, for the good of the whole. Um, so I go to his house. I'm begrudging. I want to get this crap over with. And he's finishing up breakfast. It's a Saturday, and he's like, "Hey, there's this cartoon that's coming on. I'm really fond of it. You want to check it out? Because you like Transformers, right?" "Yeah, yeah, I like Transformers. I generally like giant robots." And so he flipped on TV 62 KSMO here in Kansas City, and on was BattleTech.
That's how it starts.
And so yeah, I'm like one of the small group of people who says that they are introduced to BattleTech through the cartoon, and I was hooked on it. And wait, there's books, wait, there's games, wait, there's all this other stuff, and so that kind of got me into the tabletop gaming world. And then the rest is history through high school and college, and all through today. So.
Absolutely fair. And that is that tactic of teaming y'all up is terrifying to me. Um if I was ever in that type of situation, I could absolutely see it getting better, but also very much getting worse.
Yeah. These days, I'm not. God, I'm gonna sound like an old man. I
It's okay, do
Yeah,
it.
I
Do
don't.
it.
I, these days, I don't think it would pass with these kids. I genuinely don't, because the I I don't know. Without trying to sound negative on things, I think the education model has changed to maximizing an individual's performance as opposed to collaborating, particularly in close proximity. That's a hypothesis. I've got nothing to support it. But I've got two kids in the school system right now, so that's my observation. So
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that they were in school during the last, couple of years. They're probably also, pretty used to being fairly isolated.
yeah. Yeah, there's an economist, Peter Zine. He describes Zoomers, which is my generation's kids, as the ideal Zoomer job would be working in a broom closet with a lock on the inside and no windows. So,
I'm not going to say anything about where I'm at.
you feel
Um
called out.
Anyways, on to the next question. Do you have any convention plans this year, and any one that you're kind of looking forward to the most? Because I know that I'm going to Gen Con, of course.
Yes. Yeah, Gen Con is a huge thing, and with only a few exceptions in my adult life, has not been missed since 2006. I think in the Jesus Christ, almost 20 years, that I've missed only four of them. Once for a once because I got married, once because my older son was about to be born, and we went to Origins that year, so kind of counts. Um, and then the 2 years of pandemic.
No, that's absolutely
So,
fair.
the other thing that is definitely going to happen is that there is a local. It's not really a convention so much as it's a mass gaming party called Meeplethon. It's a charity event, and this past September was when it was last held, and my wife, myself, and a couple other Catalyst demo agents got together and we held BattleTech events for MeepleCon, and the response was positive. And we were asked if we'd be interested in hosting it for the future, and we were like, "Oh God, boy, we slapped this together. Now we gotta get it good." um,
It was still good enough to get noticed, though.
yes, yes. The last thing is that there is a local convention here in the Kansas City area called Can'tCon, because it is a convention for those who can't go to the big cons. Uh, and I'm not sure when that is. If it overlaps with Gen Con or Origins, then we will probably have to bow out. But if it's like shortly after, we may roam around. Uh, so.
Absolutely. Well, then, in that case, I hope to see you there. I already have a laundry list of people who I'm meeting who are just like, oh, well, I mean, if you're at Gen Con, I'll see you there. We can just have
Hey,
one whole big meeple fest, you know? Well, James, what is your favorite RPG and why?
um, role playing game. My favorite gaming universe is the BattleTech universe. It is kind of my first love in that.
No way. No way.
Favorite role playing game though. Let's focus on role playing. Um, the Pathfinder rules set, particularly when adapted to some of my favorite Dungeons and Dragons settings and modules, was an instant hit for me. I'm a real big fan of the Dark Sun campaign setting. I know it can be a little problematic, but the other side of it is that like part of the fun is like going into it and creating scenarios where some of those problematic aspects get fixed.
Mhm.
To be the big damn hero sort of situation. There's a recently released, and I say recently, I think it was 5 years ago, Fallout based role playing game. I haven't suckered enough of my friends to want to play a couple of modules in it, but the system I really liked in the franchise as part of my computer gaming um, uh, fascinations has brought me into it. So I really enjoy the special system. I really enjoy how mechanically it looks like it's supposed to work out. So um, I'm curious also because it's my second favorite science fiction franchise about the Alien role playing system because it brings in all the psychological horror without like going into the creepy sort of stuff that like White Wolf does. That just is a turn off for me. So there's that. I could probably find positive aspects about dozens of different systems because I've touched plenty.
Being
So
able to work through these like larger issues, but just without all of the kind of gratuitous mess, kind of.
gratuitous mess. I think that describes White Wolf products and fans in general.
Oh no! Please, oh goodness. Okay, I'm going to edit that part out just in case. I don't know. Maybe a couple of White Wolf fans in the chat. Who knows?
Very passionate people. I do appreciate the passion.
It's just in the
It's
wrong place.
it's like walking into a BDSM club. I'm not sure I can do it.
Well, moving on from passions and gaming and all that. Let's swap passions over to when did you first get into writing?
Um, so I was always kind of a creative person. I always tried writing short stories. Always tried doing stuff. Putting ideas on paper. Growing up when I did, like the fanfic communities didn't exist really. So it was like a 500 word short on a forum post and nobody cared sort of situation. One time when I was in my second year of college, I took a stab at writing a novel and it was god awful. Um, and so it was always kind of like this back burner thing that I didn't really think about, didn't really do. Um, so what got me published is that um, with the with the passage of the BattleTech Clan Kickstarter, they started up this magazine Shrapnel for short stories, and I thought, oh hey, that's cool. They're gonna be bringing back all the greats. They're your Michael Stackpole, maybe Lauren and Randall will contribute here and there. Um, and maybe a couple of the Dark Age editors. I know they got Craig Reed in there, and I think he did. But I thought it was going to be I hate to say it like this, I thought it was going to be the old boys club. I thought it was a way to get fiction going for the established writers. And then next thing I know, oh no, we want people to submit. And I was thinking, oh, this is my shot. This is my thing. No, no one's going to want it. But then again, but no. And then my wife said, don't be a wimp. And so I cobbled together a story and the and it was a story about a mech warrior who wasn't going to be a mech warrior anymore. He didn't have. It was before the clans came, and so mechs were being handed out like candy. So battle mechs were still rare. If you didn't have one as part of your family's wealth, then you were assigned one, and when you mustered out, you mustered out. And so that was his story. It was deep in the Lost Tech era, and then I fell short. I was about 1,000 words underneath their minimum line for the story, and so I had to scramble to figure out how to increase this by half. And that's when I was scrambling. I was wondering how to do things or how to get it all together because I couldn't submit it like that. And then I found my my muse on it, which was a little known BattleTech character who was a comedy character called Ace Darwin. And he literally only shows up in like 3 mercenary oriented source books about just being kind of unconventional. He goes out on contracts with his beer buddies and it is just this odd duck guy. And I thought, okay, this isn't just a story about a guy mustering out. This is an origin story because infamously, he had a battle mech called a Panther, and in his professional mercenary career, he painted it pink. You, do I need to explain the joke there to you?
It took me a second. I will admit, it took me a moment.
Smooth saxophone in the background. Anyway, so I was like, great, I got it. It's not a down on your luck. I will never achieve my dream story because I'm mustering out tomorrow and I'm not being allowed to reenlist. It is the beginnings of Ace Darwin's journey across the inner sphere. And then there were a couple of twists and turns, and then I submitted to Phil Lee, and I thought, that's my shot. I achieved a bucket list item. I'm going to have a published BattleTech story with my name on the byline. I'm done. And then a little thing happened. Philly and John Helfers, Philly being the editor for Shrapnel, John Helfers being the editor in chief for all of Catalyst, said, more, please. Because being an odd duck character and being a military story, and if you've ever talked with anyone who's served, they'll tell you that being in the military is a comedy of errors, long stretches of boredom, and if you are actually serving on the front line, serving in a combat theater, punctuated by brief moments of terror. So I focused on all the stuff that was not terrifying in that story. So I ended up becoming Philip Lee's go-to guy for BattleTech oriented comedy. And that has shown through in the 7 subsequent stories and the 3 or 4 gameplay aids that I've also written for him since then. Literally, the only serious thing I've written the only not snarky, not bizarre thing was something else. Was a gameplay aid, a unit profile that was completely different. That was a different passion project of mine, and that one was for me. That wasn't for anyone else. Sort of a situation there. I think that was and there it is. I mean, sorry, if it gets you, I went a little Jeff Goldblum on
you. You're more than all right. The thing is, if it gets you published, then it gets you published. And
I didn't think I'd get published, and I did. So
Catalyst don't make it work. 100%. Well, are there any specific artists or writers, and this can also be from Catalyst, who have influenced your work?
Probably the biggest influence in my work actually is from outside of Catalyst and outside of BattleTech and their main purview. There's an author for the Black Library for Warhammer 40K by the name of Sandy Mitchell. And he has, and about the only thing. I think there's like a couple of side things that he's also done, but the only thing that he has really written has been this series called Caiaphas Cain, which is about an imperial political commissar who these people are not nice people. These are the people who shoot you for cowardice because you drop your magazine as you're reloading. But Caiaphas is not one of them. He is sort of an Edmund Blackadder, Don Quixote without the psychosis sort of character. He would he will privately admit to himself that he is a coward and a hedonist, and really he's just trying to survive the crapsack 40K universe, um, because it's a horrifying place to be. Um,
As somebody with
and
limited contact with it, I already agree.
but and so King's stories are they are inherently funny. It has that military style of humor. So again, if you've either been immersed in it because you have served, or if you are adjacent to people who have, things that are in there, like I remember stuff like that. Um, and there's this odd juxtaposition, because when you read things and you kind of sit back, it's like, no, dude, you're an actual hero. You're like a big damn hero. And he's like, no, I'm just trying to live. And then and so the entire thing is his own cowardice, his own selfishness, combined with the fact that he gets a reputation for heroism. And so now he has to manage that while also trying to stay out of harm's way throughout the entire time. Um,
Is that comment in the chat accurate? Wrong person in the wrong place at the wrong time?
uh, well, he's definitely in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's up to the emperor whether or not
Wrong person.
it's the wrong person. But yeah, that level of military humor snark, the deadpan delivery of it was a major influence. Another influence of mine, and it's not so much content wise as it is a lesson in persistency, is Stephen King. Because when you think of Stephen King, you think of the greats. You think of like You think of like the collections of short stories, and I don't know if we should consider Maximum Overdrive as one of those magnum opuses, but you get the point. What people don't realize about Stephen King is that he is a good writer because he beat the law of averages. Famously, he just writes constantly. And it's not always horror stories. He has, his list of unpublished works, or his works published under a pseudonym because they don't fit his quote brand, close quote, um, are just as legendary. And then, of course, he's also like an amateur baseball analyst, particularly for the not the Ravens, that's football, Baltimore Orioles. So there's like all sorts of editorials and all sorts of commentaries, mostly published in northeastern newspapers, that he has penned as a result. I don't want to say that I've like what the second that A Star Went on the Sidewinder Canyon, that first story got published, that I just like started typing nonstop, and I'm typing something to even now as I'm talking to you. But it was that, here's the lesson, here's the model, here's the, you know, stuff that doesn't get published is not a failure, it's ammo. Sort of way of doing things. So as far as inside the BattleTech universe, I could point to Lauren and Randall Coleman, who have become fans. I could point to um, Michael Stackpole, who is a god king in the BattleTech and Star Wars universe. But really, who I want to point to today are people who are almost my contemporaries, and they have actually gotten full novels out. And that would be Brian Young and Michael Ciravella. Both have done more than I have at this point. They've written in a style I like. They've written in a style that's trying to evolve BattleTech past the future of the 1980s, and bring it not necessarily into the future of the 2020s, but let's get to the future of like the aughts. Okay. um, and both gentlemen are fantastic people as well. And so to have having a couple of guys who I can talk shop with, even though I'm a D-lister and they're an A-lister, is kind of has been inspiring. Michael, in particular, as a shout out, has been a very positive influence on me, and encouraging me to keep on going. So that's
No, that's
that's
fantastic.
that.
No, no, I love that. That's wonderful. I mean, especially, of course, like everyone's gonna have their greats,
Mhm.
but having people that close to you, having that much, influence on you and your work, that's wonderful. I love that. Well, and I know that you've already talked a good little bit about shrapnel, but can you tell us about a few of the other things that you've written?
All right. Well, all of my stuff right now has been published in Shrapnel. But so to go into the A Starwin trilogy a little bit more, um, and right now it is a trilogy. We'll see if more is added to that in the future. But the idea behind the character is that he is uh, is that the stories that I've written so far, they're all told in flashback. They're all, you think that this contract we had was weird, just wait until you hear this story. Sort of framing device. And I've dealt with my first I dealt with him being responsible for other people's lives. So that, where it's I'm I'm not, a big damn hero, but people get hurt, it's on me, sort of thing,
Mhm.
and that responsibility hitting him and how he has to cope with it. Um, and sometimes having to cope with it while bullets are flying. And then the other time was and then the other story deals profoundly with asymmetric warfare, which is particularly relevant given things happening in Europe right now, and dealing with loss, because that is a story where he loses his loses the first person under his command. Um, and so, that's sort of a profound hurt on it. Do you ever really get over that sort of situation? It's so easy it's so easy in circumstances to take life, particularly in the BattleTech universe, where you're doing it in this giant metal avatar of destruction, and you're generally only fighting other giant metal avatars of destruction.
Mhm.
But then we all get out of it. We're all fragile, and we're all precious. And yeah, at the same time, because he's such a surface level, snarky sort of person, how does he cope with that? How does that impact you when you go from 100 to zero instantaneously? There were other non-A stuff that I've written. The first one that I'm very proud of is a short story called Foolproof. And it was kind of a prototype for something else that I'm working on, but there's this character in the Battletech universe called Thomas Hogarth, and he's a meme, a living meme.
Right.
Um, Sort of this, if there's in his nation, you can buy your rank. And so he is a general, and he has been a general for almost 40 years by the time he retires. And he's an incompetent baboon who's mostly a hype man. So we're going through this trial or through this it's not a trial, it's more of a hearing about, okay, where is our government's money going, and is this project really worth it, and why are you involved in it? You're a soldier, not a engineer. um and so we go through flashback after flashback of development, and you see how he's just a hype man, and he's there to look good in front of it. All all the images of Tony Stark when he's on stage, not when he's Iron Man, sort of thing.
Mhm.
Um, and, and then finally, in a nod to a movie called The Pentagon Wars, which was a black comedy about the development of the Bradley fighting vehicle, was like, okay, well, I'll tell you what. Let's do a live fire test, and you're going to be the one testing it. And so blood runs out of his face. Say what now? Um, and that's how that story goes on. The other story that I've written that is not an Ace Darwin story is called Great Work. And this one is another one that I'm super proud of because it was an idea that was given to me. Someone was typing in the BattleTech forums, I want to see a short story about someone who's like customized their BattleMech's main computer system to the hilt and back to the point where it's almost unusable. And what happens with the next guy who gets the mech? Um, and Phil Lee, the editor, literally said, literally said to the guy, "Stay tuned. I got just the guy for you." And so he handed it to me, and I rammed this story through its first draft in like 20 hours, I think, because it was just such a good basis for it. And worked on it, and eventually it showed up in a shrapnel article. And I made it even worse for the guy because it was a clan mech warrior. The battle mech is functional, as in it can fight, but its computer system is just obnoxious because the guy's added so many macros to it. Like every time, I strongly hint, for example, that every time he hits the jump jets on the mech, that Van Halen's Jump, the opening chords to that song, play over the speakers in his neuro helmet. Just one of many things that I introduce.
And your
And
interpretation about how long is that clip of sound? Just asking.
just the synth chord that did 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 did. So no lyrics or anything. So anyway, and so that was the other short story that I've written in Shrapnel that is not an Ace story per se. Everything else is like game aids or in universe articles on biographies or technical information or whatnot. One of the technical articles that I wrote was in the BattleTech mythos. They're famously the Timberwolf mech got labeled by the Inner Sphere Mad Cat because its silhouette was reminiscent of two different mechs: a Marauder, Mad, and a Catapult, Cat. So that's why it was named that. And so it's like, what if we extend this? What if we and then I took that coordination, and then because I was very fascinated with Cold War history, particularly Soviet Union history. Well, why not American? Because I grew up with American history. So I wanted to learn the other side. So I was really fascinated with the concept of reporting names, which Mad Cat is a reporting name. This is what we know this mech as, common vernacular. And so I expanded out to that. And so now there's this information systems in a time of war article that was in shrapnel number, I want to say 7 or 8. I could be wrong. I'd have to look it up. But that's a fun little, not gameplay, but not fiction, but still kind of funny article because it's very much what happens with like when software engineers start working, sort of thing. Um,
Instead of just going balls to the wall with hardware.
yeah.
No, absolutely fair. Well, we've also seen that your wife Jennifer is also a writer with a new project on its way out. Don't know if it was
Yes.
approved to talk about fully, but would you like to
I
share a little bit about that?
Well, the common knowledge thing is that as part of the BattleTech Mercenaries Kickstarter, one of the stretch goals was a BattleTech themed cookbook. funny story. My wife learned that she was going to write this cookbook at the same time that all of the fans and all the backers did. We were at Adepticon because we were excited for this launch and we wanted to be there for the guys and whatnot. And so I open up. We had a lie-in the Saturday on it, and I open up and I look at all the how much money has come in and scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Cracked Canopy, BattleTech Cookbook, concept art. Wait, zoom, zoom, zoom. Jenny, did you know you're writing this? Writing what? And so it's kind of this oh crap moment. um, there's a little bit more than that. There was some discussions about like novelty products that we'd like to see at a fan discussion that Jen and I were a part of as fans, not as contributors. And so like there's some more behind the scenes stuff that I'm not at liberty to talk about. But yeah, she was assigned a cookbook. Spent the last year writing it. I helped because I have some not formal, but I have a lot of informal culinary experience. My mom thought I was going to be single forever, and so she thought I should learn how to cook and prepare food for myself so that way I wasn't living off of ramen noodles and take out pizza. Um, and, so like when it came to, here's how what's the difference between dicing and mincing? How do you reverse sear a steak or a full tenderloin and whatnot? Lots and lots of research in the novels. We found almost every single instance of somebody eating or drinking a thing in BattleTech fiction that we had
Just to base it off of.
access to. Well, I mean, the most for all of the warfare in the BattleTech universe, one would argue the most pivotal moment in BattleTech fiction happened at a wedding. My darling, in addition to this morsel, I give you the Capellan Confederation, and thus the Horse Succession War was launched. And we created from the descriptions in that the full menu that was provided at the wedding, the full carded menu, and Hans and Melissa's wedding cake is in there as well. I took primary authorship over the entire cocktail section because my wife doesn't like liquor, loves hard cider, but that's about the extent of it. So that was my major contribution to that. So yeah, it's not called the Cracked Canopy Cookbook anymore. I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to give you the full title. I will say that the backers will be getting it soonish, along with the rest of their stuff, and then the BattleTech Cookbook will be available for general release this summer. So, or at least that's the target, and we all know with Catalyst that it's a wide target. So,
so are you saying around the same time as fulfillment, or?
From what I understand, fulfillment's going to happen before Gen Con. I think a Gen Con general pre-release followed by print on demand is supposed to happen after that. So that's my guess, though. That's not official word. So
got it. Well, we talking a little bit more about you and your wife's projects. We also know that you guys have a YouTube channel for gaming.
Yes.
How did that come about, and what kind of content can the viewers expect to see there?
Well, I kind of have to work backwards on this because first off, we have a BattleTech podcast as well, and that's kind of how we got into that. That was our in with the Catalyst crew, and as the podcast fumbled around in the dark for a few years before getting our producer and getting its audience, it's like, well, let's do a YouTube channel to support it, and it started off as to keep on brand. Let's play video games about giant robots of one form or another. And that worked as well as you can think, in that it hasn't. Uh, I eventually I got tired of playing bad games because unless it is a mech warrior game, giant or armored core, giant robots just doesn't seem to work. People don't know how to do it. Um, so we shifted gears, and for Halloween, um, Alien Isolation came out, and so we played through that. And that was, we weren't verified with YouTube yet, and it was, so there's like 40 episodes all cut down to exactly 15 minutes with no introduction, no outside title cards. We had no idea what the hell we were doing. It is god awful. And at one point I almost want to delete it all and do it again, and at the other point it's like, no, look at the monument to our stupidity.
No. I think that's beautiful. Without all the highly produced stuff, with just those
Well,
organic moments.
and we're not even highly produced because we're not that talented. So it's like, I mean, we don't do the camera on our faces sort of thing, because usually when we record these games, we're like sitting in bed or sitting on a couch or something, not a professional setup, because we're not professionals. This isn't our job. This is and to go on about what the channel became and what kind of content it is, what it really is that it's a, a married couple bonding. It is a married couple just sharing time together. And these days, after a bit of a hiatus on it, where we've been rolling back, and now there's a different buddy of mine and I right now are halfway through Mass Effect 2, and thus halfway through the Mass Effect trilogy.
Mhm.
We're still talking about whether or not we want to do Andromeda. I'm like, I don't think there's an audience for it. And he points out, you've got only like 100 subscribers, dude. so, so you're not that big. You don't need to worry about whether or not you'll kill your audience. Uh,
No, that's but
um,
it's a good balancing act between whether or not you want to play it for just yourself, or whether or not you want to film it and have other
and,
people.
and, and that's the thing, is that it's all, all of this, all these multimedia projects are really for us. The other thing that I'm doing recently is my older son Victor, and he likes to go by Xeno Arbiter on his as his handle, because the whole thing about this is my online handle since I was in college was JP Arbiter. JP being my initials, Arbiter because my favorite character in Halo is the Arbiter, because Keith David is a god. Um, so and then so like in the Click Warrior forums that I was on, because I was really heavy into WizKid's clicky form of BattleTech. Whenever I made references to my wife, I called her Mrs. Arbiter, even before we were married. So that was kind of a hint that I do intend to propose to you eventually. uh,
That's so
um,
nerdy romantic. I love it.
so, when I actually proposed to her, yeah, the condition was you have to finish college, you have to walk across that aisle, get a bachelor's degree before we even talk about getting married.
Mhm.
And so she's filling out her graduation forms and whatnot. I said, well, and I'm like reading a book at the time, and I not even looking up. I was just like, so guess we got to start making wedding plans too. Yep, and that was how I proposed. I, so.
Okay.
um,
For anyone without neurodivergency, this is actually a really sweet moment. I just need you all to know that.
so anyway, so my wife was Mrs. Arbiter, and she's kind of stuck to that. She also kind of likes to go by High Lady Cosplay, because she is really into cosplay and all of that stuff. Um, and so my older son chose Xeno Arbiter because while playing Alien Isolation on the YouTube channel and recording that, and the alien does what the alien does, and I look through, there's this giant black thing sticking out of my stomach that wasn't there before. um and I hear this 4-year-old, wow, cool. Victor, yeah, how long were you there? I don't know. What's the earliest thing you remember? You're walking through the doctor's office. There was a hospital in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That was 2.5 hours ago. And so, like, he wanted to watch us play again. It's like, no, 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 you can't, you're not supposed to do that. We're being good parents and not exposing our child to gratuitous violence. And then finally, after I relented, and I was just like, okay, here's the deal. Because he also saw the DVDs for the movies. And so I said, okay, here's the deal. I'm going to sit you down and I'm going to pop this in. You walk away. You are never watch. You are not going to be able to watch this again until you are all grown up. However grown up is for a 4-year-old. Because I was expecting him to bail. And
His will was too strong.
He stuck through the whole thing, and I probably sabotaged myself because I chose Aliens instead of Alien. Alien, he would have gotten bored before John Hurt got the face hugger, because that's like 35 minutes into the movie. But no, he stuck it out, and he was just like, "Oh, that yellow robot thing, and and Hudson was so cool, and Vasquez was cooler," and just like, oh my god, I've created a monster. So yeah, he fell in love with aliens, and so he chose the name Xeno Arbiter. My younger son Morgan is Hot Rod Arbiter because he's a car kid. So that kind of became his thing for the few times that he's shown up in videos, which I think is all of like 3 at this point because he wouldn't go away. So that's kind of our cast of motley characters for the Bixby family. So.
No, that's beautiful. I love that, and I also love that you guys kind of synced up your names there. I find that wonderful.
Yeah, I don't have very many ideas for brands or branding, but that's one of them. Damn it.
No, that's fair.
So,
well, you did kind of already hit a little bit on the podcast. That being Chatterweb. Is there anything else that you can kind of tell us about what you put up there?
So the origins of Chatterweb. It used to be called Arbitration because, again, that's a name, that's a brand. Damn it! It had nothing to do with BattleTech though, and finally I relented and rebranded it either last year or the year before into Chatterweb because Chatterweb is like the clan's form of the internet. So that was kind of how that worked out. I wanted to do WolfNet Radio, but that was already taken.
Did you try putting like _1 after? Or?
I didn't want to create any drama, and they are much more talented than I am. Plus, they actually make money off of their podcast. I don't. I don't want to undermine anyone else for whom they're trying to like either build a livelihood off of it, or they're supplementing it. So anyway, Chatterweb, your last one, BattleTech Talk, our tagline. It started in 2006, really with my wife wanted to go to a gaming convention. I think she was my fiance at the time, not my wife. But and then we asked around, went to Gen Con, and because that's like the mecca. WizKids was still a thing. I was part of a Click Warrior community called the Solaris Virtual Arenas, and like someone said, hey, what about this? There's this newfangled idea called podcasting that, and you know how to like do basic audio editing. And so like, what if you like did a show for each day of the con and like, I'll post it up on a sub page on our thing and you can talk about what it was. And it was terrible. And those shows are lost to the ages, but essentially the Chatterweb in its proto form has existed as far back as 2006. When we were talking with the guys at Valhalla Club, is that podcast, they said as far as they know, we might be the oldest BattleTech-oriented podcast in the game. And I don't claim that, but
You heard it here first. Oldest one.
Prove it wrong. If that is, oh my God, that was really the dark times, wasn't it? So anyway, 2007 we did it again. 2008, and 2008 and 2009 uh, we didn't, because again 2008 I got married, and then 2009 my wife was pregnant. We went to Origins, we tried firing it back up, and at this point that community had long since disbanded, and we were trying to build it on our own. And for 4 years, we were fumbling around in the dark until my producer, who was running a fan site called OurBattleTech.com, which was really just a fan forum and a repository for fan made creations, whether it was campaigns, alternate campaign settings, or fan heroes or whatnot, was around. And so from 2012 to present, we've been published full time, semi professionally, once a month. And um, I don't want to say unlike, because again, like the up until like No Guts, No Galaxy came around with their MechWarrior Online oriented content, there really wasn't much there. So what we wanted to focus on was products and gameplay, rather than lore, which a lot of folks like to do, or rather than like all the stuff that's happening in the background. We wanted to zoom in on your gameplay options. So you like technical readout, the technical readout series, and what are the winners of it in terms of gameplay? What are the winners of it in terms of fiction? Because for every Mad Cat, there's the urban mech. For example, everyone loves the urban mech. It's garbage by all. It's so garbage it looks like a garbage can by all objective measures, but everyone loves it because it's so dorky looking. So we do pay attention to that as well. Of yes, it's not good, but yes, it looks so damn cool. Or this story behind how it was built as a comedy of errors. That would be the Thunder Fox Mac, for example, which isn't. It's not bad. It's not great, but the fact that it was like built by BattleTech's version of Nazis, or no, it was built by people literally taking parts from building a tank out of the various good components that went into Nazis' late tanks, sort of thing. That's the story of the Thunder Fox, and how silly that sort of thing is. So when new books and new products come out, it's like, hey, here's this, here's what's in it, here's how this can affect your game, um, sort of stuff. And we also, like, occasionally we've been able to get interviews with people. Not so haven't done that in a while. We need to look into um, look into that. We've talked about miniature building on occasion. We've talked about like we've done full book reviews. We've done some silly stuff too in years gone by. Um, One of my favorite old things, when the Word of Blake Jihad was the principal storyline for BattleTech, was what was, and now this character from this other fiction thing applies to become one of the Mene Domini. Um, and the very first one of that was, if you're familiar with Aqua Teen Hunger Force at all,
Yes.
Dr. Weird applying to become a cybernetic super soldier.
No.
And that was all born because my good buddy and at one time co-host for that did this marvelous Dr. Weird impression. Um, so that stuff like that, whenever something strikes our fancy, we'll do stupid stuff like that too. So,
No, that's fair. Well, I mean, it seems like you guys found your niche, and like a lot of those other projects were just a little bit of buckshot, just to see, how the water
it's
is, or just
it's
what you're interested in.
it's literally whatever will make me go like Beavis and Butthead for if I chuckle for more than 5 seconds, I'll like write out a skit, hand it to my wife, and say, "What do you think about this?" And fortunately, she has as much of a bad sense of humor as I do. So
It's all right. There's got to be some good reason why I'll get along. It,
Mhm.
it's To each their own, 100%. Um, well, and we are getting down to just the last few minutes of the hour. So, do you have anything else coming down the pipeline? I know you've already talked a little bit about the cookbook.
The the cookbook is coming out. Like I said, it should be general release this summer. Um, I am at liberty to say in a very Avengers post credit scene, Ace Darwin will return. Wink, wink. Uh, sort of situation. We will be recording our next episode of the Chatterweb here probably this weekend. We try to shoot for like the third week of the month to record on stuff. So that, and then it's up to our producer and his very busy life in terms of how to get it up there. So look for the next episode of Chatterweb towards the end of the month or early March. We've got the Mech Warrior and the Mass Effect series on the Arbitration Studios YouTube channel. So again, just type in Arbitration Studios when searching for that, and you'll find it there. And then you can always interact with us on Twitter/X. I don't know which to call that these days.
We just like calling it Twix nowadays.
Twix, I like that.
Yeah,
Left
yeah.
or right side?
I'm left 100%. It just has more caramel in it.
So anyway, but yeah, you can reach out to me on Twitter at JPArbiter, my wife at HL Cosplay. You can also check us out on Threads. That should be under the JPArbiter name. Does anyone care about Threads anymore?
There's just so much fuss about Twix right now, you know.
We have the Arbitration Studios Facebook page where we do all of our show announcements and advertising and are posting on the news of the weird. Just that's kind of all of our deets and all of our upcoming stuff. There's always something that I'll probably be working on in what spare time I have. Like, subscribe, post reviews when fiction comes out, because when it comes to YouTube and when it comes to the BattleTech podcast, I'm limited. My professional obligations kind of prevent me from like doing the Patreon and the Ko-fi and all the other stuff. So I don't make any money on it because I legally cannot, or at least I would rather not get into the legal headache on it. And besides, making money off of this, my real life job provides enough income where I can actually do this as a passion rather than always hustling to it. So, but a thumbs up or a pat on the back, that means more to me than any financial support ever will. So whenever you see something presented by an arbiter of some brand or another, or you see something by Jennifer or James Bixby, or if my kids get into content creation down the line by them, just if you like it, give a thumbs up. If you don't like it, well, don't say I suck or anything, but just say try harder.
The people who don't like something are always going to be the loudest, sadly, but that's just kind of how it works.
I can handle a hey, try harder. Hey, if you do this, constructive criticism. So I work in financial services. It's a very black and white world. So
no, fair. Well, it looks like you kind of already kind of covered my last question. So James, it was wonderful speaking with you. And thank you for all of your energy and everything that you do for the gaming community.
Well, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you and Rem and the entire crew at Gen Con, along with the Callous people and all of the dozen of fans of Arbitration Studios out there. So
it's all right. Maybe we can do a little Catalyst stream at some point, since they stream the entire time anyways.
Indeed.
Well, don't go anywhere, James, and don't you go anywhere, RemPCs, because we will be right back. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a copy of Parachute Panda. Type RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win, and don't forget about bonus entries. All funds help us pay our cast and crew and help keep producing content. Thank you all for joining. Now on to today's episode of Emerald Glitch. See you there, NPCs.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell! Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell! 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 Spell!
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Yeah, we do this. We do this for a moment or two, and then we keep waving, and then we stop
Can I
at some
use both
point.
hands?
You can use both hands, but then I say, "Hey, everybody, welcome. Hey there." Yeah, what? Oh, right. Hey there, Gen Con TV watchers. Welcome. Man, that just completely messed with that. Like, I had everything as a.
You had such a good flow. You were like, the energy was there. You
Yeah.
you hit
Like
your
the-
mark.
Hey there, Gen Con TV watchers, and welcome to another amazing episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Max, from Original Box Set. We have an amazing show for you tonight. It's February 22nd.
Oi there, chummers. Tonight we have a guest from Original Box Set. She'll be playing a character from the Original Box Set Shadowrun Actual Play podcast from back in the day, but you can find that on our YouTube.
Maybe.
You might be able to find it on our YouTube. So let's do a quick recap. But if you all want all the details, you should go watch last episode because it's still up on Twitch. A sentient drone by the name of Duck had gotten picked up by the corporation in an attempt to recover their stolen tech. Orbital drop crates. Imagine it, a crate that can survive and deliver goods from orbit. Oh, would be great. But Vought Technologies, the Vought Tech Solutions, our favorite corporation for this game, decided that they wanted these things back, and Duck was in the wrong place at the right time. Our runners decided to do some hooding and save the Duck. It was an amazing chase scene. Again, go watch the last one. It involved security forces, the mafia, and those infamous I-5ers. Anyways, they were successful, and to pay them back, Duck reached out to a contact to help them get paying work. Boy, Chummer, what a ride. But before we get into that, hey Christian, what do we have to give away tonight?
Well, thank you for asking, Max. For tonight's giveaway, you can drop the hashtag RemPC in the chat, and you'll be entered to win a copy of Parachute Panda. Don't forget to put that that hashtag RemPC, and remember that you can get an additional 7 entries if you subscribe to Gen Con TV today. And don't forget, for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. Not only that, when you help us you can help us players when you donate. For 100 bits, you can give us 1 NERP to use. That's an additional 3 dice we can add on any roll. And for 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge. And 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. You can also give them to Max. Hashtag RemPC. Get Parachute Panda. Do it.
Oh, man. It was probably about 4 or 5 hours after you closed the chassis on Duck when, and you let him, just a little slight backpedal. After you closed the chassis, there was a lot of conversations about the repairs, having him come back conscious again, becoming, into the room. There was a lot. There was a lot in that, and I don't want to take away from it, but Shadowrun is a dystopia, dark future, and so happy moments like that are off-scene. Grandma's still... You can't say that on scene. Grandma, just go off-scene. She beat Kit. No, just go off-scene and say the great stuff. So, we don't get to showcase into that, but what we do know is that Duck is doing better. You guys have definitely made a great effort to move him in the right direction. But about 4 hours after he left to go, maybe you dropped him off so at his place to kind of make that lean-to or whatever, but he reached back out to you in a phone call that went like this. Hey, Convoy, I know it's early in the morning.
100% free return.
It's actually right past midnight. But are you busy? Did I wake you?
Nah, Doc, I'm up. What's up?
My friend that I spoke with wants to meet with you. And she's arranged that to take place tomorrow night.
All right. All right. We'll send over those details. We'll check it out.
I'm not supposed to tell you the details. I'm supposed to meet with you and go.
All right. That is less good, but all right. Shoot me the time. I'll talk to the crew.
I'll be around after the rain starts.
Sounds good.
And the day rolls by. You're able to reach out to the crew as best as you can. Unfortunately, Nova has to pull a double shift up on the Emerald City, the Stuffer Shack, and Techno Siren has been working on getting the piece ready for the thing, and Steel Tiger is still incognito. Not even his machine, his digital presence, his PMAX gives you any inclination where he's gone off to. She just says, "You don't need to know." And so the sound of the rain shooting down the alleys and the canyons that created by the giant buildings in the area surrounding your little hideaway. The sensors go off to let you know that a anthro drone has walked into the perimeter of the construction yard that surrounds a good third of it. Duck then moves through the construction equipment, kind of in a bit of a hustle, as your sensors are picking up on him and whatnot. And he goes over to the side, a door that is in the construction yard, hidden from the road and whatnot, and then bangs on it. Bang, 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 bang. Duck knocks on the door again, and then starts calling convoy.
Hey, Duck, what's going on?
I'm here.
All right, hold on. I will go and let him in after I double check on the camera and.
Yeah, not a problem. He is by himself. The rain comes in. He ducks in, takes his hat, shakes it off, looks to you and says, is everybody here?
As everybody as we're getting.
It's just the two of you.
Oh, well, Arkol and I can, we can handle initial details and, every job takes legwork, so it'll be all right.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Yes. Shall we go?
Yeah, all right. Now, you didn't, and I will check the sensors again. Now, have you noticed any Vottech hanging about, keeping their eye on you since you got out of that situation?
No, I'm not very good at that.
All right. I'm sure it's fine. They didn't even know you're there, but just wanted to know if you noticed anything.
Okay. I'll try to. I don't have a good sensor package, and I don't have the ClearSight AutoSoft. So maybe if you have an older copy.
Yeah, we can get you set up on that. You can also, if you want, you can borrow it for a bit.
Okay, that might help me.
I'll let him attach to the RCC if he wants.
Okay.
With the promise. With the promise that I won't try to jump into.
Yeah, he believes you. Yeah. When you get onto the road and start doing some driving, he gives you the layout and the address. Just the address, not the name of the place, but it doesn't take you long to figure out you're heading to a restaurant. in downtown Seattle. So it's going to take you probably about a good hour, 15 minutes just to get there because of traffic reasons. But it gives you a chance to drive and talk, and that kind of goes over the backstory of how he was, stuck in that warehouse. And then there was some bad things going on where gangs were using the place to traffic people. And then Sonny showed up and saved those people and saved Duck. And so, the reason he's saying all this is to kind of image or segue to the point of he trusts her. He trusts this person because how much effort was put into helping him in that point in time. The same amount of effort that you guys put in to putting him back together. So he trusts her. 3 bags of popcorn is way too much popcorn. Why are you eating that much popcorn?
I don't know if they're eating it. Maybe they just keep making it.
Oh, I mean, used to. Yeah, you need some soy butter.
Listen, this is still sorry, I saw jazz cabbage.
Yeah.
This is still this is a work of recovery right now because I have not seen a single comment saying Christian, take off your shirt please so far, so we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Specifically by Warthog.
Occasionally,
Yes.
occasionally, that'll happen.
It's really, don't worry. Okay.
It's a shtick now. It's a shtick that we just.
No, I love it so much.
It's early. Don't worry.
It's
okay.
early.
So, Mama Bear takes you guys into downtown. It's a nice drive. Duck goes over his backstory basically, and you arrive pulling up to the outside of a tea shop. Tea shop, sushi shop.
It's a sushi shop. It's Heroes Sushi.
Oh, Heroes Sushi.
Yeah, HIRO. Yeah.
And it's not at street level, so you guys have to park, get out and walk and take an elevator to get to the location. When you get in the elevator, actually that's probably when that happens. When you get out through the parking and you go through like one of those bridges that go from the parking garage into the building, and you're looking at the address and you're like, okay, well, we need to go this way. You get to the elevator, there's security there, and they the security guard that's standing there goes, "Can I help you too?" And Duck says, "Oh, he says, he points at the two of you. Duck's with you at this point in time. Can I help you too?" He doesn't even address Duck. And Duck goes, "We have reservations." And the guy doesn't even look at Duck. He's looking at Convoy right now. "Yeah? Under what name?" And Duck goes, "Duck." Man leans back, looks at Duck at this point in time, and then looks at the two of you like for some sort of confirmation. Why is your drone talking to me? Why is this hand-me-down drone doing?
Don't call him hand-me-down. Duck is a friend.
Alright, the guy looks at his digital display. Huh. Alright. Makes a hand gesture to step over to the elevator. And are you guys armed? That's his question. That's his question to you. Are you armed?
I ain't got any firearms on me.
Our Cole, after his last usage of a gun where it slung across the room after not being able to hold it, he leaves that at home for just protection there.
Okay. Duck doesn't have a weapon either, and so the guy pulls out his wand, runs it over you guys, and since it doesn't go off, he pushes a button, the elevator pops open. Did you step in? Carpeted floors, well-lit elevator, soft music, nice comfy flow of air as the elevator shoots up about 15 floors before ding opens up to a well-manicured restaurant. Waitress steps near the doorway. Please, come on in. You're expected.
I straighten my bolo tie, take off my hat. Now, once I've seen the inside of this place.
The first thing that you notice is there's no trash on the floor. Carpet is vacuumed and clean.
Oh, it's hardwood.
Oh, it's hardwood?
Yeah.
Never mind. There's no trash on the floor. The floor is swept and mopped.
After seeing what Convoy did, Arcold straightens out his hoodie strings and puts them at the same level. This is a real uppity place.
Duck pulls his hat off and dusts it and puts it back on, pantomiming your actions. She smiles at your activities and then makes a hand gesture and starts walking through the restaurant, her high heel shoes making a signature clicking noise as she walks toward a rounded table, a few chairs, and booth seats. She makes a hand gesture. Please have a seat. All menus are online. What would the person who put the reservations in has already put a tab on the table. She smiles, thanks you, and then says, a waitress will be with you shortly, as she steps away.
Thank you, ma'am.
Duck takes a seat.
I'm taking a seat right beside Dot.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
Well done, Dad. That's a nice place.
He's looking at the table. He's like touching it, going, menu, and then a menu appears in artificial reality, and he begins moving through it. Oh, they have lemonade.
No. Max? No, they do not. No. No, they don't.
They have lemonade. All right. So you have a chance to look through the menu and look around the room. Everybody else here, you guys are not really fit in completely. Everyone else in the restaurant seems to be wearing suits and dresses and business casual.
Yeah, I would say.
Waitress comes to the table. Did you guys, if you selected a drink, the waitress will bring the drinks, set them down, and then mention the specials.
Our Cole is absolutely too uncomfortable to drink at the moment, but will 100% go after some uppity food if it's on somebody else's tab.
Good.
They have sushi.
All over it, especially after that the first time with pufferfish.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Convoy
Yeah,
has
you don't-
wasabi.
Okay. Yeah, that's on the menu as well. There are no prices listed, so when you push the button, the artificial button for it, you have no idea how much it costs. Nothing shows up. No digital signature. It might be behind a protected wall or something along those lines and require a little bit of hacking and dice rolls if you so are inclined. Otherwise, it's just a nice benefactor buying you a meal. You're probably there, give them about 15 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Yeah.
How long are we left to stew?
Yeah, how long are they left to stew?
Not very long.
Okay.
No, it would be a power move to just like an hour.
It would be a power move. No, but that's
Your tab.
These things are tiny. I can pop so many of them in my mouth.
No, I would say 15 minutes is good. There are probably a few other things I was wrapping up before I could come out.
Okay.
And then, yeah, so 15 minutes or so you've been waiting, and you see a woman, pretty tall, middle-aged, blonde hairs that's short, little bit shorter than shoulder length, wearing a dark pinstripe, very like closely tailored suit with a hat to match, and looking pretty sharp, I would say. Sunny's always looking sharp. And approaches a table and takes a seat, waves to the waitress, and I thought there'd be more of. Looks to Duck.
I know they have friends, but apparently their other people that they work with had other things they needed to do.
Oh. Well, welcome. It's good to see you both. I'm Sunny.
Any friend of Duck's is a friend of mine. Nice to meet you, Sonny.
Hi, Sonny. My name's Convoy. This here's Arcole.
Envoy, Arcole. Excellent. Did you want something to drink? Looking at Arcole, who is avoiding anything.
No, I'm all right.
No.
I'm a. There's. I just can't. There's a lot of people around right now. I just. It's uncomfortable.
No need to explain yourself.
He's just kind of like jittery and panicky being in a room with more than 5 people right now.
Oh yeah, there's maybe at least a dozen and a half within 50 yards of you easily.
He's crying into his hands.
Man, I will privately text him while I'm listening to this conversation.
Like, it's just a restaurant, buddy.
Be
It's fine.
Relax, man. You can get lemonade. You don't gotta drink alcohol. I know what, like, we often hang out and drink, but like that, we don't have to do that.
Don't make it weird.
No, that's fair. With like a mouth still full of just like really, really dry rice from all the sushi that he's shoveling down. He's just like, no, I you know what? I'll take a lemonade. I'll take a lemonade. 2 straws, 1 for Duck.
2 straws. Yeah. So as the waitress will bring over the hot sake and a really beautiful sashimi plate from Sunny. And she'll start pouring herself her sake and. So did Duck mention anything about why you're here?
No, you told me not to like discuss the details.
I just wanted to make sure.
His sensors kind of light up. Oh, okay.
We haven't spoken some time, Duck. So she's going to kind of lean forward. She's going to take a bite, let y'all stew in it for just a minute while she chews it and swallows, and then I've read through your dossiers and I have noticed that you've completed extractions before. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty seamlessly too.
Good. I'm glad to hear it, because I have need of a pickup and drop off to an airport.
Lemonade gets placed in front of Arcole.
Thank you. As he just tries sucking it through all the rice.
Now, all right. Well, we can do that. I figure we can do that. We'll probably need a little bit more detail. Is there anything out? Is this now? We're not going into this international airport like we. All right, or is it a minor airfield? We'll be talking here.
Oh, when I say airport, I mean airport.
And she holds up 2 fingers in the
Yeah.
face.
Arcole leans over at Convoy. What does that mean?
You could text him and you're leaning over.
No, it's mouth stuffed full. What do I mean?
Can Convoy make a oh goodness, my brain has stopped. A
Judge intent,
or
perception.
a
Memory?
or probably a memory. A memory test just to
Nobody
see
knows
if
that.
maybe if I know. I'm blank. Christian is blanking if this is some slang.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So, this gesture means air quotes. The word I'm saying is not the word I'm saying.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't a Shadowrun slang that I.
No,
don't
that's
realize.
fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. Okay. Well, all right.
I need to go down to the store to pick up some cigarettes.
Well, you know, I have definitely we've taken people to the airport before, you know, and you know a lot of people that are going are quite in a hurry, so we're pretty good at getting them there fast too.
That's good, because we are on a little bit of a time crunch.
All right. Well, tell me, what's our time? What's this time crunch?
I need an answer within the hour because we need to be at the location in the next 3.5 hours. The extraction is already taking place now.
Oh, all right. Okay. So this person needs a ride in a hurry, and they're waiting for the luggage, so to speak.
Mhm.
Okay, and it's just a ride.
Just a ride.
All right.
Is
Point
there
A,
any?
point B.
Is there any heat? What's going on? Why is this a job?
Well, because somebody wants to get from point A to point B, and they can't do it on their own, so they need help
And discretion.
and discretion.
Yeah. All right. Why don't you? I think we could probably manage that just fine. What do you think, Arcole?
Absolutely. Hang on one second. He leans over. Waiter or waitress. Can I get a to-go box?
She nods and walks off.
All right, I'll be good to go here in just a minute.
She just kind of sits there for just a moment, waiting.
If it's dead quiet at the table, she's staring at the two of you.
Now, a lot of trips to the airport have pretty high fares. They charge extra for that when you go from location.
You can see the "oh thank God" look that just crossed over her face.
Yeah, there's a surcharge when you go to the airport and back.
Yes, there is, and right now, I can offer you 5 standard for the job, plus 2 more if you can get them dropped off within the next 3 days.
All right. Now, quick turnaround like this, you know, we're gonna have to drop some things, shuffle our calendar, so to speak. What do you think about making that, say 4, if we get in there in 3 days?
You have negotiations.
I doubt.
We don't have anyone worth talking here tonight.
How about this? How about that? Look, you're looking at a pretty incredible driver. So, not only will we get them there in less than 3 days, the trip will be as luxurious as you would like it to be. Can that be a deception or a lie? What is it?
Yeah.
Rather.
Yeah.
Because I don't have negotiation.
You just default on your charisma.
Can I assist in any way? Like, can I go and take an image of Mama Bear and like soup it up through editing or something?
Yeah, charisma.
No.
Default on your charisma.
No.
That's a glitch, by the way.
I know.
There's no There's no point in helping at this point. Is that what you're
No.
saying? Okay.
You already said it. Just do it. Just roll the dice. See
Okay.
what happens. Because
Alright.
if you glitch, you both glitch. It's gonna be fun. I'm just gonna see what happens.
Oh yeah, no modifiers.
No modifiers.
And-
Charisma only.
Absolutely no
Default.
attributes.
Oh, you managed to hit. That's good.
You get an extra dice. You get 1 extra dice.
I edited that picture real good for you, Convoy.
All right. I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
Nope.
you're like,
Thanks though.
So
Worth
now
a
here's
shot.
the thing: by getting an extra dice, half of your dice aren't ones. It's no longer a glitch. Technically, you still fail, but it's not a glitch.
it's
I
really
helped you
difficult
fumble.
Yeah, that's good. It's really difficult to promise that kind of luxury when you don't actually know where you're going. So maybe next time, roll it back just a little bit. Perhaps instead, next time when you do these negotiations, you can talk about hazard pay, or maybe going for just upping the initial amount that you're going to want to get paid instead of talking about bonuses, because bonuses come after the job is done, not promised before. That's why they're called a bonus.
Well, hopefully next time you will have seen the quality of our work and negotiations won't be necessary.
I do like your confidence.
We'll take it.
Okay.
So agreed on 3 standard,
Cool. No, on 5 standard.
on 5 standard.
5 standard, and then
If-
2 more if they could get him there within 3 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
7 standard possible.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Now it's time for a few details.
A few, yeah.
All right, what do you got?
Did we discuss where the meetup point is going to be?
No, I've got that handled.
Cool.
So, the Johnson, apparently the fixer Johnson, goes into the details of saying, we need to leave soon. The extraction is taking place as we are speaking. She stops for a moment and checks a little AR image, and it's going well. So we need to move from where we're at now to the Sonomish Research Facility at the university. Here's the address, and she has it written on a piece of paper that she hands to you. No digital. She says, this is the address and the location via coordinates where you're going to park. And actually, she says, via coordinates where we are going to park.
We are going to park.
When the...
Go
Go
You're
ahead.
coming with?
Yes. Just
Wanna
here,
make sure.
though.
All right.
I won't be
wasn't
making-
blown away.
No, I won't. I'm coming with you now, but I won't be going with you for the rest of your job. I don't want to interfere with your progress, especially if you have something to prove.
All right.
And Fixer Johnson continues by saying, once the once the passenger has arrived, they're going to have a short conversation. Once that's resolved, they're going to step out, hook up with the prime team that is doing the extraction, and then they are going to move away, and then it's in your capable hands. Once the package has been delivered to its location, and she has confirmation that the package is fine, that the individual arrived at the airport, you will see your pay. Now, is there anything you'd like to add to that? That's as easy as it is.
Yeah.
Go to these coordinates, take me with you. When the person shows up, I'm going to have a conversation. You will be able to hear the conversation. I'm not hiding it. And then I will say goodbye, and I will leave with my other team of, what would you call them, professionals? Runners? That would be the word.
Oh gosh.
You don't want to say that word out loud.
No.
Specialists.
Specialists. Yeah.
I'll leave with my other
with
team.
my specialists. Yeah.
Yep. And then you three are free to go about finish the task. She will point out that Duck should not
Duck
be
should,
with
yeah,
you.
no, Duck is going to be joining me because we have some other things to discuss.
So,
How does Duck look right now, by the way, after post, work on?
much better. Those 3 semesters in graphics art for Convoy when he was going through community college have really paid off.
All right. So it's extremely noticeable, is what you're saying. Okay.
Yes, but in comparison to what would be a top of the line, fresh off the press kind of drone, Duck still looks.
Yeah. I think that the only other thing she would say too is after everything was agreed upon, I think that she also was like, normally these jobs I would only offer 3, but where you're going, I know that you're going to need hazard pay, so I added the extra 2 automatically.
Well, I appreciate that. If you find some extra new yen laying around and you don't feel like we deserve it, perhaps it could go to getting Duck some new software, since he trusts you.
That can be arranged.
Duck has a bit of a surprised look on his face. Oh, I didn't ask for that. I do fine with what I have.
Doing fine with what you have. Duck. Sometimes you have to put you first.
I've been programmed to help others.
You deserve nice things.
You are correct. But I was programmed to serve.
Well, you could serve better if you are improved.
He'll give a nod and sit with his hat in his lap and start playing with the brim of it, fidgeting.
All right, makes sense to me. I mean, anything else we need to know? Anything we should be avoiding or looking out for when we're on this trip?
We should go. We can discuss more details on the way.
All right. We just got
So the waitress actually just doesn't bring out like just a to-go box. They bring out a box that's all like the bento box filled with sushis and everything
like
already.
3 little bento boxes piled up.
Yeah.
Arkol, even though he's extremely uncomfortable by like this entire environment, is just gonna squeal a little bit, before like just ripping it out of her.
3 little bento boxes in bamboo paper bag with extra pairs of chopsticks, soy sauce, and fortune cookies on the top. You gather the things, head down to the elevator, and walk across the bridge and into the parking garage where you're heading toward Mama Bear. And on that note, we will be back after this commercial break. Commercial! Don't forget commercial!
Hashtag RMPC. Do it.
You got it.
Do it.
Bye.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey there, NPCs. Welcome back. Just want to give everyone a reminder that you should put hashtag RemPC into the chat for your chance to win a Parachute Penguin, the game. It looks like a ton of fun. I want it. Parachute Panda. Parachute Panda. Hit hashtag RemPC for a chance. And don't forget, you can also get 7 additional entries if you resubscribe to Gen Con TV today. And for every 100 bits you donate, you get another entry. Not only that, you can help us players. Donate to us. Give us some good stuff. 100 bits, we can get a NERP, which adds 3 dice to one of our rolls. And 300 bits, we get an extra edge. 500 bits gives us 4 edge. I love that edge. Give it to me. Nom, nom, nom. Or you can give it to Max, and he might try to kill us with it, which is fine. Maybe we get too cocky. Maybe we're rolling too well. That is not the case tonight, but sometimes it is. But put in a hashtag RemPC. Parachute Panda. Got it.
Parachute pandas. I gotta think of some sort of alliteration with penguins. I'll put some thought into it. The drive to Sonomish. It's raining. Who would have thought? This time at night, this point in the year? Oh wait, you actually would know that because Vought Tech Solutions controls the weather. Since they bottled up the sky, as people would like to refer to it. But at least it rains every day, every night from 9 to 3. 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. Right? Yeah, 3 a.m. No, it was 6 a.m. I've already forgotten. It just rains during the night and then twice during the week. From 12 to 2 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Guaranteed. So, Sonomish Drive from downtown is faster because of the highway. You get a chance to pop on and drive through the late night shenanigery that is going on the highway as far as it goes for the people on I-4.
I-5.
I-5.
Yeah.
That's true. It's by 5s, 10s.
Fives are north and south.
Mm-hmm.
Or like odds are north and south, evens are east to west.
Right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take long before you're taking back off the highway and into the Sonomish area and driving to those coordinates. And you pull up outside of a fenced-in area, a wall made of pebbles and concrete, creating a beautiful texture and whatnot, stretched along the side of this university building that houses gosh only knows what. But for whatever reason, now you're here. You've come to a stop, and yeah, these are the coordinates. You're on time, you're on point. You've parked in the right direction. No chance for security to come up and be like, you shouldn't park here or anything like that. You know, this was so far so good, easy.
Convoy doesn't trust it. He's gonna send up Slugger up into the air, do some recon around, see if I can get a lay of the land, and I'll turn on my stealth programming.
All right, drop some dice for that.
The same goes here. He's been scanning, but he looking for just an active matrix perception.
All right, go ahead and make some dice roll for that. Ooh, 7. Ooh, 7. Stealthy. Look at you guys go. They don't need NERPs. I need NERPs. Send me dice. There is several hidden or stealth icons nearby. You can see that there's an I Spy that has the icon of what would best be described as a whirly wind looking icon that every once in a while bursts into a flying squirrel and zips around the area. a very fancy looking icon, and it seems to be watching this area. There are Akagami security sensors, drones, and watch points all over the place with Takagami's symbols and icons on them everywhere. This stealth drone does not have any indication that it is in relation to Takagami. And as you become aware of it, it becomes aware of you, and then the flying squirrel reappears and it waves at you before it turns back into a gust of wind. A voice then pops into AR. Hey, chummer. I see that you guys have arrived on spot and location. This is Skydive. We'll be getting to you shortly. If you could do me a quick fave and keep an eye out on Takagami and make sure they don't get any extra movements, that'd be great. Oh, whose drone is that? Oh, that's a pretty one, the voice says. Arcole, by the way, all that was to you. Convoy, I don't know if you're AR.
Oh, correct. No, that's fair. That's fair. That would actually be Convoy's. He's the one driving currently.
Oh, whoa! You're not supposed to say that kind of stuff, there, chummer.
It's okay. It's Skydive your real name, by the way. You don't have to say your real name, but
no, that's my runner name. What's your runner name?
That's not of any importance. I
Come on, what is it, man?
it's just Arcole. I just go by Arcole.
What is an Arcole? Hey Reaper, this one doesn't even have a runner name.
Listen, I no one really knows my name all that much. It may as well be a runner name.
Envoy, are you going to step in because you can hear all this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I imagine I was like focused on my focused on Slugger for a little bit. So that's actually, it's technically a 9 if you're trying to find it. But
then he didn't see it.
Yeah.
He didn't make the comment about
well, the threshold to detect Slugger by auditory means, so is increased by 2.
So that's a 9, but the 7 is Matrix stealthing. Yeah, so he would have seen it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will step in. I'll be all right. Look, man, keep the chatter down. We got a job to do. Well,
A soft female voice comes over the comm. Oh, who's that one? I like a country accent. Every time I hear it, makes me get all excited.
It's just so driver. Don't worry about it. It's okay. And that was over our comms as well, right?
Yeah, that's in the AR in your area. So it's like they're voicing in, because Skydive has put a drone there. So the drone is sharing this communication with you guys.
Arcole is going to say that, just like, hey, don't worry about it. It's just our driver. You know, he's just a really tall, extremely muscular man. And then he like digs into Convoy's shoulder.
Convoy's Matrix icon will do one of those. Pulls the horn.
Right. Skydive kind of gives a chuckle, and Reaper's like, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" He's like, and the response is, "You'll just have to see it when you get here." His icon does this little thing. It's adorable. It's adorable. Sonny, we haven't hit any. Boss lady, we haven't hit any. He doesn't say Sonny. He says, "Hey, boss lady, we haven't hit any issues." And we have located. I'm currently working on making sure I can get this packaged unwrapped. And as soon as we got the package unwrapped, we will be heading in your direction.
great. Keep us posted.
Will do. And the female voice comes back over and says, "Can't wait to meet you two." And country.
Yes, ma'am.
can't wait to meet you. You got one heck of a voice.
Rod's waiting for you.
All right. Go silent. And Slugger begins to hover around the area, and you guys have some time as you are now waiting.
Convoy would definitely like to at least send Randy on ensuring that our path back is as clear as possible, or at least prepping for it.
Okay. He starts running some algorithms on the local patterns of traffic and whatnot, and getting ready for what might come next. He is currently busy driving, but he has the spare time to toss you an extra couple of dice to make sure you move in the right direction.
Have y'all ever driven west?
I've never driven anywhere.
Yeah, I've driven west. I've been everywhere, man.
So you know the wastes?
Familiar.
That's where we're going. Where you're going.
All right.
And she's gonna like pull up a.
Wish Nova was on this trip.
She's gonna pull up I guess what a map,
Mm-hmm.
and then like these 3 points right here were the last known locations for the nearest bands of psychos.
So you see a map, and it's laid out of the wastes going into what was once the Pacific Ocean on the northern part of the hemisphere, and is now just a pretty sizable desert of dead coral and a variety of outlandish or outlander-like homesteads as people moved west into this new territory as the oceans were disappearing. And there are spots, lots of small ones, but there are 3 large ones along a route. And that's the one that she's pointing at.
Those are the 3 major bands that are operating off the coast of Seattle and Alaska.
Now, since it kind of makes sense that our Cole isn't well versed, by psychos, do you? I'm currently thinking cannibal. I'm not the information guy. That's Convoy. He knows it all. I'm just trying to get a second perspective on it. I'm just kind of thinking cannibal. You know, I assume that they are.
Arco, you gotta use context clues, man. They're.
You know how we've got the I-fivers, we've got the, we've got our nice little local gangs. Imagine that, but maybe with some cannibalism. Sure.
All right. So I feel like I was right on track.
They're just bigger groups because there's more space out there.
Yeah, they're gonna have vehicles now. Do these psychos know? Are they expecting us?
No.
All right.
No. So hopefully you'll miss them entirely, but unless they've made some major movements, this is most likely where they're going to be found at, so maybe avoid that.
No.
Ideally.
Through feeling out in the Matrix, do they have any tech or anything like that, or are they running independently?
They have stolen plenty of tech. That there is a matrix out there. It's called the Dirt Matrix, and it does seep into the regular matrix quite a lot. And yes, it can work out there, but the
Wastrix.
Wastrix.
That's good.
It's out there. It's not fun.
So that was absolutely just to just see if we needed to run silent going around here. So I think upon feeling that out, Arcole is just going to say like, hey, by the way, I'm putting a silent for right now. I can feel some activity out through there. Even if they're cannibals, I guess they're techno cannibals. No, that feels wrong to techno siren.
We'll keep us.
They're definitely techno.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should. They will steal your tech. They will steal your blood. They will steal your bones.
Arcole, can you?
I like all of those things.
Yeah, I want to keep those.
Check and see.
Can you check? Do they have any? Those spots specifically that were shown to us. They have any sort of like a flag or symbol that they ride behind?
I'm assuming it would be a part of their icons, correct?
Yep. One of them looks like 3 bony fingers that are like scraping across a white flag, draping behind it blood. Another one is very intricate and resembles that of an older pirate flag with skull and hat and bones and all sorts of things like that. And
no, the third one definitely looks like the font of every death metal band you've ever seen all squished together.
Just unreadable.
And Arcole, while you're looking at this stuff, you are finding that there is a huge gathering of these people once a year in a sort of Burning Man style contest where they bring all their vehicles together and they turn it into a giant vehicle style melee where they drive in giant circles trying to trash the other one's vehicles, kill the other teams, and run them over.
Oh my God.
Thousands of people attend and hundreds leave. Like you were seeing some Mad Max shit out there. Oh, there it was.
This is alright. This is still our one.
It's our one.
Arcole is sending all this information over to Convoy, considering that I believe that the fixer is already well versed. She seems very knowledgeable, so he's shooting all of that over to Convoy, going like, no, they seem like a rather, well put together group.
Now, what their holiday isn't now, right?
No, that's just an example of what the level of depravity they would go to.
That'd be bad.
What time of year is it right now, Max? Let me just drop that on you real quick.
Game-wise, we are definitely looking like this is July, so it's one of the hotter parts of the year.
Okay, so their celebration is effectively their Christmas, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're like a month away. It's fine. The celebrations are probably already starting. They're probably already mounting their vehicles up with the corpses of those they've killed in the past.
As one does.
Anyone else that's been too slow to they're getting
like,
things ready.
It's like, when you make like floats for like
Mardi Gras.
They're
making floats.
Carnival and
Arcole looks over at Convoy and says, "Hey, I know that you have that disguise system on here. Is there any way possible for you to throw and he's going to throw a couple images his way based on what he can perceive in the Matrix. Can you just like throw some bones and blood on it, I guess?"
Yeah, reading my mind, man. I mean, not right now. Once we get there.
Yeah, no.
Security, there is a bone and blood covered truck outside of the campus. We need backup.
Wasters are coming in. Too close.
All right. Did you guys want to have any other conversation? So you got an idea of what's ahead of you? Did you want to look what's ahead of you? Beyond that, because I mean that's just some of the stuff in between here from point A to point B.
Yeah. What's that?
Okay. Point B.
I think that point B, like, she's not going to say anything, but she is going to put like the image out of their final destination.
It is a large crater. That on the inside of it, there is a massive metallic spaceship.
Does this? I understand this question isn't part of the job. Does this have anything with the? I recently learned about these the aliens that were living here. Does it have anything to do with them going home?
It's a very good assessment of the situation that you're in right now.
Oh. I'm like an elephant, and by that I mean it's just Gross like yelling, be like, it's probably this.
Yes.
Now there, how many are we gonna have up in her? What are we gonna?
Just the one.
Just the one. All right. So we'll
Just
make
the
sure
one.
everyone's buckled in.
It's the aren't they supposed to be just incredibly gorgeous? Isn't that because I very vaguely remember this conversation?
You know,
Okay,
I did hear that too.
Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so I would say maybe.
Would the general
If you think
population behold them very highly?
Yeah, they're considered attractive. More attractive than elves on average.
Fair enough. Okay.
What are you gonna be like? And start.
Right. Like, you bring out your Axe body spray.
Oh no.
Yes. We
what
have.
can we know what happened with I can only assume crater this size fell from orbit. Oh.
Convoy is like just giving him the biggest like. I think
Your luggage will probably be able to answer that a little bit better than I can.
Okay. Orko backs off.
Yeah,
I don't know enough about the situation.
I mean,
Really,
man,
I know.
This might be one of those situations. The less we know, the better.
That's why I didn't ask. But you're more than welcome to once I'm gone.
Oh, okay. That's all I had. If we can go and get on the red.
On the down low, Convoy will text Cole and be like, "I can't wait to see one of these aliens."
Dude, I've been thinking about it since it got brought up. I saw the crater and I was like, it has to be.
I've never seen one. I've never seen one in real life before. It's gonna be cool.
Neither have I. I saw some images online and I can't feel like it does justice.
There's no way it does it justice, man. Yeah. There's no way. I gotta know.
And they all left. They all left like as soon as I was going to be able to like see them, and
yeah. Also, like, you gotta admit, I'm kind of curious. Like, why the fuck they going somewhere? I will have everyone know that is my first one in any session. It is my first one.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. So
it's okay. You whispered
let's do it again, but use the word Frank.
Frank.
Or frag.
Frag.
Yeah.
What the frack they're doing?
What the frack? Why the frack are they? Why are they leaving so suddenly? They show up out of the blue. Now they're like, okay, bye. They're just gonna go.
They could have waited like maybe another year or two.
What's going on? It has something to do. It's got something to do. Like, and this is. I want to say we're not saying this out loud.
Yeah, no.
But this is a private conversation.
The whispering is for flavor. But this is just private text.
It's gotta be something. It's something to do with that space elevator, man.
You're gonna get a text from an unknown number into your group chat, and it says if you have that information, if you find it out, I'll pay you for it. S.
And it ends with, my specialist has determined that your firewall is not really good. Your firewall has an issue in it and would suggest an update to this version. Follow this link for a new upgraded version of a firewall.
Or Cole.
And you see Sunny just like really not very like just tight-lipped smile like.
Our Cole goes ahead and severs that connection and just he doesn't know what to do in this situation. He just pretends like it wasn't him. He hasn't moved from his spot. He's still just riding along. Looks over at Convoy, just saying, I wonder what we're gonna find. Do you think the techno cannibals are like actually gonna try to go after us? He's just trying to make small talk to not bring attention to himself.
Sunny can't stop laughing, and her laughter from like it's just completely.
Now, I understand due diligence, but it's a bit rude to listen into a private conversation.
An image appears in artificial reality. It is of a woman in a doctor's outfit. She says, "It is not Sunny's issue. I apologize. I have an insatiable desire to be exceptionally nosy. And upon first meeting you, I realized the weakness in your firewall. Of course, I relate everything to Sunny, as I am her PMAX.
I try to keep it under control, but
I cannot help but look into things that I should not look into. It is not her fault. I am to blame."
The firewall, and this is talking to the PMAX. Why would I take a firewall from someone who's already broken through and has already expressed that they are extremely nosy?
Oh, this one is a variable changing firewall. With every millisecond that passes, it rewrites the coding so that the same coding doesn't come up except once every 1,000 years.
But if you're extremely nosy, doesn't it benefit you to allow my firewall to be weak or allow you to have a key to breach it?
Yes.
Okay, well you can breach mine anyways. So I'm clicking.
I'm very interested in how you are obsessed with following people, especially people that you have already met. She has no filter, so she literally says what she probably should say a bit more confident or quietly. I'm very interested in your desire to follow people around like you do. She smiles. Firewall will give you an increase of +2 to the firewall of your device.
Ooh.
As long as it's running. It doesn't take a program slot or anything. But theoretically, it does burn just a little bit more juice.
Okay.
Now I don't think we've been acquainted, but does that work for RCC? Just
yes.
Yeah.
No, it is definitely something that I would apply this to every one of your devices, or just put it on the pan. Points to Arkol and says his pan.
Now, I do very much appreciate the firewall update. I just like following in on people because I have a similar inclination to you.
She stops and she brings up a tablet and goes, "I would assume that at some point during your childhood you had some sort of level of isolation that
Okay. Well don't go that far back. You don't have to go that far back. You can just
Nancy.
Yes.
Maybe let's not drop that immediately. Hold on to that maybe for a private moment.
Yes. Yes, doctor, I apologize. I'm just excited that his PMAX has generated And she pauses for a moment. I am interested to talk with you more, you and both your PMAX. If time is appropriate, and if you survive this.
I'll talk to him. He doesn't necessarily want to talk to a lot of new, as Convoy would say, folks nowadays.
The AI, the PMAX, gives a nod and then pretty much dissipates at this point in time and goes about doing some of the tasks. Shortly after the PMAX disappears, Slugger detects movement out on one of the lawns. A silent alarm in one of the buildings start going off, and it is casting out loud enough that your matrix perception of a 7 detects it. Security has been raised.
All right, Cool. Sirens are going. See if you can get them quiet, huh?
What would I need to go through to
You are going to want to do a brute force. Just hit it till it stops making noise.
Got it.
Shut up. Grouse will definitely be able to assist you.
4 natural hits, and then with Grouse, is this going to be his 8 roller or a +2?
Yeah, 8 roll. 8 roll. He's going to try to provide as much benefit as possible. So whatever he gets is going to be, if you can get some extra bonus, if you some extra hits, this will be good. Right, so
2 extra
dice. Yeah.
1 hit.
1.
So 5.
Perfect. You're able to get past his defense and do some damage. We're not going to worry about the more detailed numbers, but it's based upon your attack. Do you know what your attack number is?
8.
Oh, wow. Yeah, all right. You do a lot of damage and shut the alarm off almost instantly. Voice it from the nearby stealth drone from Skydive goes, sweet moves. Keep that shit up. Oh, damn it. Keep that. I really hate these terrible, fake curse words. Keep that track up. Poo-poo, caca. Keep that track up.
No. Keep that track
the
up.
best we can.
I mean, it's after 9, so you get bonus curse words.
You do get an extra 2. I'm kidding.
With an amazing amount of extraordinary agility, a troll flies over the pebble stone wall. You have eyes on them, Convoy, and riding along with is a person being carried by the troll. They soar over the wall, slam into the ground, and right next to Mama Bear. Your seismic sensors definitely register a decent magnitude as this combat boot-laden maiden of battle lands next to Mama Bear. She sets down a thin, tall, wispy-looking man and then turns to the truck. And you could see on her back she was wearing two-handed katanas, and she is carrying what looks to be a very large assault rifle with a grenade launching undermounting side. The voice of Skydive pops in. All right, Reaper's outside. We're ready to drop off the package. And things are getting heated up in here, so I'm ready to skedaddle.
Right. So I'm going to step out of the van.
Convoy is going to
Right.
cold sim in. He's going to jump in.
And I'm assuming that.
All right, so you open the door to the truck.
Yes.
The man is standing there, cools on.
Oh, I don't remember what his name is.
Cools on.
Oh, there it is.
Unir.
Who's on?
Sonny. You did it. It's over.
The hard part's over.
You mean the hard part's over? I'm out.
We still have to get you home.
He looks to Reaper, and Reaper, a large female troll, has like goo eyes, and she brushes the hair back, and he's just like, "Okay, let's go." And she goes,
Huh?
"I can't. I'm not going any farther. Where's country?"
I'm in the truck.
All right.
Cool's on. Bef-
He walks to you.
We've held up our end of the bargain, and now it's yours.
Right. He produces a cred stick. Digital lights appear. 8, no, 9 digits, 2 commas begin to whirl from his cred stick to hers. It drops down to only about 6 digits worth of numbers. Both of you guys just watched a huge transfer. He looks to Sonny and says, "Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me and my people. You will not be forgotten."
All right. Excellent work. Skydive, Reaper,
Yep.
some bonuses for you, and she just flicks.
Woo! He whistles loudly across the AR, but Reaper doesn't pay attention. Instead, she's on the side of the truck fiddling with the door. The driver's side door. Come on, country, open up.
The window goes down.
Troll leads in, looks you over as you're cold simmed in. She smiles. She's attractive for a troll in the sense of her size. She's got a lot of muscle and girth and well-roundedness. She looks in. Ooh, such a tiny little crispy human. Hey, get my number. Call me when you got some free time.
Arkle
Alright,
smacks
yeah.
his unconscious chest. He'll be ready.
She gives you a wink and then steps away from the vehicle. Skydive, get me out of here, she says, openly. And then their comms go quiet. Cole, you can still see them as their icons are disappearing into the distance. And the troll begins running on foot about 15 to 20 miles an hour into the distance. As you've slid outside the truck,
Yep.
standing next to Cools On. Duck steps out as well. Cools On looks to the truck. Okay,
They're gonna get you the rest of the way.
thank you.
My pleasure.
He steps up into the truck and pulls the door shut behind him.
Precious cargo, boys. I slap the side of the what is
Mama
this?
bear.
Mama bear.
Mama bear.
Of Mama bear. Make sure you get this one home.
All right, cool zone. Time to buckle up.
He climbs in. Now, he is wearing a button-up shirt, a nice button-up shirt, and pants, so like a business attire, casual business attire. He has a very long features, similar to the ears like a human, and his skin is super supple and looking, and his arm, he's tall. He's like 6'5", with this nice, well, like groomed beard and facial features. Something about his eyes and the way they sparkle when he looks right at you gives you a feeling, and you kind of get the idea where people think that they are really attractive. Just like the eye-to-eye contact, you're like, oh, I feel that. Feel how beautiful they
I
are.
feel like you're connecting with someone on a deeper level.
Mama Bear drives off.
Arkle is
Yeah,
recording
soon as
this
you fuck
entire
up.
thing. He's just looking over the entire time and just keeping a document for the rest of the crew whenever they're coming back.
Of what? This alien, this Alurin?
Yes, yeah.
Wait,
I'm
there's
trying to
some
capture
document.
everything about it. Sorry, what'd you say?
We're gonna rub it in.
Yeah. No, I'm rubbing it. I'm taking in every piece of sensory information How many pieces of sensory information can I record other than touch? Is there, because like we got Tridio, we
Light,
got
sound, smell is an option, but mostly for those higher, you'd have to have a SimSense. No, you do have a SimSense recorder in your deck. Yeah, so you can even get smell.
perfect. I'm recording all of those in this moment. I'm assuming that like I'm either looking back from the front seat or whatever seat.
He smells, for whatever reason, like vanilla, lavender, and toast.
Oh, I'm taking that, I'm amplifying it, and I'm going ahead and sending that in a text over to the rest of the crew. Can I do that?
Yeah, you
Just
can.
the smell.
Just the smell.
Just the smell.
Just a little teaser for y'all. Just so you know what you're missing out on.
Oh, man. All right, well, yeah. Mama Bear starts taking off, heading toward the west coast. We're going to come back after this commercial. We'll keep playing. So, don't you go anywhere.
Also, hashtag RemPC.
Hashtag RemPC.
Bye.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Oh man, we are back, and the mama bear is leaving Seattle. The early morning rain ceases as you get onto what is it, 90? 10, 110. As you get on the 110 heading out of Seattle across the dry bay. Now, of course, you all know that the bay is missing, and there's a giant wall, and there's that keeps back what is the water, and so on and so forth. Like, there's a lot of details as far as what global warming or the change in the atmosphere has brought about that are kind of swept underneath the rug of this game, but it's there. The world has definitely changed from what we, the players and the game master, would be able to see on a daily basis versus what they of the 21-23 would see as totally normal. It's changed. You're driving through grasslands for the most part that are farm ready or farmsteads here and there on the left hand, right hand side of 110 as you are leaving the Seattle proper area. And it was about 10 o'clock when you met Sunny. It was closer to 1 a.m. when you picked up your package. And so now, just getting out of the city, it's closer to like 2 or 3 in the morning. And the rain, of course, is coming to a stop because you're outside of the range of the weather controlling technology that Vought Tech Solutions has. And so this highway that runs through a rural looking area goes straight, flat blacktop into the horizon. And that's what it looks like. It's going to be at least an hour or so before you get farther out and into the wastes. But it's going to be several days of driving, and depending upon how fast you go and how well you drive, is how long it will take. Point A being where you left, and point B, where you're going, is I would randomly kind of like to gauge 4 days worth of travel. You're like, what, 900 miles?
The cross country.
We're talking like a cross country kind of trip.
Yeah.
And so you have miles to put behind you. And we start off by getting to a gas station that is called the Last Chance for Gas. And that's where we're going to start back up with you guys. As you've been driving.
It should be last call for ethanol is what it should be.
Ooh, last call for ethanol. That's a winner right there. You pull into last call for ethanol. It is about 9 a.m. in the next morning. I don't know if you've slept or not or what, but this is where we're at. As you're pulling into the station itself, and you pull alongside the pump. Is not automated. You have to actually get out and physically pump. It's a much older device. It was probably put out here 10, 15 years ago when the water disappeared or something. Gosh only knows. The water's been gone longer than that. But not a lot of automation out this way, and not a lot of matrix.
After what I can only assume, there's not a pod in Mama Bear, is there? No, we didn't. Yeah. After a couple of days of travel with no sleep pod or anything like that, and also lack of stimulation on top of that. Our Cole finally sees this building, which is effectively like an oasis in the middle of the desert right now.
It's only been a few hours.
It's only been a few hours.
It's only been a few hours.
I heard the voyage of a couple of days.
I said it's going to take a couple of days, but you're fine. You're fine. Keep going.
Okay.
Down this road.
In his mind, without the Matrix or anything going on around him, he's effectively just latching on to whatever stimulation he can find. And he's just. Convoy, I think it's about time that we go fuel up. I mean, it's it's the last stop for ethanol for quite some time. What did the sign say again?
Last chance for ethanol.
Last call
for ethanol. I mean, it's the last call for ethanol.
Yeah, I gotta get out and do this manually. You don't stay in here, but keep eyes out. Yeah.
Got it. He's got like 16 tabs open of like the Shadowrun equivalent of Snake, just like keeping him occupied.
I shoot Slugger up, and I like grab the view and throw it at him, an AR. So he has that one pops up in front.
That one's coming through, but some of the Snake games that you're attempting to play are just spinning little circles.
And then I will also, and then out of AR, I will open the glove box, and I will pull out the first of the Lonesome Dove series, or what the equivalent is in this day and age, and throw it in his lap.
Oh, he latches on.
It's a strange object. It's about 4 inches by 6 inches, and it's seemed to be made of several thin pieces of material with someone has marked all in it words on these little sheets inside this thing.
This is amazing. Convoy, where did you get this?
Oh, I stole it from my mom. It's in rough shape. It's bad. It's like in rough shape. It's been like, dog-eared. It's curled on every corner. Like, yeah, I nicked it off my mom. I figure I can, if I'm ever in need, I can sell it for a quick buck.
No, this is amazing. This is a relic, like the good kind, like not like Nova. It really, this is incredible.
Yeah, if you should read it though, was my intention.
Wait, what does it say on it again? I'm so sorry. I heard the equivalent, but you had kind
of. The first thought that comes to my head is Lonesome Dove.
Okay, I didn't mishear that. I just don't think I know what Lonesome Dove is.
Probably should do some
like Western romance.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a Western romance.
All right, that checks out. All right. He's reading over it. He's done some history research with Gross, but he doesn't know what this is, or what its equivalent would be. Is there any way for me to access this? Is it? What do you do? Is there a key?
Just you gotta use your hands. This is you turn the pages. It's just in order.
Like a stacking order, like a compiling order, or
yeah, it's like when you got a folder full of images and video, and you when you rename them and you put them in a certain order because you want them in a certain order. That is what this is. These are in order, and they use numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and go all the way up. So, and I show him the page numbers. So you want to read them in that order.
Oh, what is this?
So, like, imagine you got all your information, you got your Substack right. Imagine if you just like zoomed in and made it a physical object, and then you could like.
Are you sure this isn't from the future? Is that?
Just read it, man. Just
okay.
I gotta pump gas and watch. Just keep an eye out.
All right. And he kind of unsuredly kind of goes through his very. This man does not know self-care. His very dry fingers just kind of like slip over pages and like he can't really grip them well, and he's just kind of going through casually with a very attractive alien in the back.
Pulzon will awake at this point in time as everything stopped moving, and he doesn't. He leans over to Arcole and he goes, "Is there a chance that we could get something to eat?"
Kind of torn away from attempting to try to pry open this as you call it book. I'm sure we could. I don't really know a lot. Do you have any, trying to not like seem too weird about it, like this person being an alien? Do you have any dietary restrictions or preferences?
I really am not good with spicy meats, so jerky and Slim Jims are things I avoid.
That's literally the only thing possible in the truck. It's literally the only thing that he has in the truck.
I called it.
I'm assuming
What's
that this
in
gas
those
station.
boxes? He points down to the bento boxes.
Mine. That's what it is.
Mine. That's what it is.
Hey, convoy, and he like rolls down the window. Can we grab something? Like, I'm assuming that this gas station has like a hub or like some
Yes.
some walk-in.
Yeah.
Do you think they got? Can we run in and grab something to eat real quick?
Nah, I mean I don't know, Arkle. I don't think we should go in, but I can run in and grab stuff, bring it out. But we're on a time limit, man. We got a lot of miles put between us.
Fine. And he reaches in and grabs the top box of the stack and he's just,
All right.
Can you eat?
You know what? All right.
fish?
No, okay. All right. This is the last chance stretch. All right. Just y'all need to get out. This is our last chance to get a stretch for a bit. So it's probably best to do it.
All right.
That's not gonna stay good, Arkle. That's good stuff. That ain't gonna stay good. So we do need to eat that quick.
That's fair.
You guys hop out of the mama bear and start giving some stretching and whatnot. And the convenience store does have some things in it, but it's automated. Everything is automated. You walk up, you point at what you want, and then you give it creds, and the machine drops it into a slot and takes your creds. That's it. There's no body here at all. The same goes with the pump. There's no person here. It's just automated.
I give Cools on before he steps out. I give him a bandana. I'm like, you just
Okay,
this
go
over
put it
me.
on. Sure, not a problem.
I will. I'll grab whatever I can. I don't know if they if they have any like Wait, obviously they don't have ice, but the equivalent of something cold, like a plastic that holds.
Yeah. They have. You could buy a cooler, and station has dry ice, so you could get a cooler and put dry ice in it. But it doesn't actually have ice. No. And then they have soda machines or sodas and cool refrigerators. So yes, you could get some cold things.
If we've got a long, I'm gonna basically get whatever we can that will keep us moving, so we don't have to stop.
Sure, not a problem. And you're probably tanking up on as much ethanol as possible, so you can just keep driving. All right. Yeah, you don't have a problem making any purchases. Can you both make me a perception roll real quick? Looking for at least 3.
Is it coming from outside? Can Slugger make a check?
No, it's visual inside the building. Okay.
We are just matching rolls today.
I know, right?
Yeah, you are. You really are.
I'll spend 2 to change that one of those 4s to a 3.
All right. One of the 4s to a 5. And you see that in the back of the grocery stores, like there's a place where if an employee was there, they would be there. There's a door that goes into like an office, and there's a gentleman standing back there, and he is just staring through the half-open door at your friend. Pulls on. Like, mouth open, eyes bulging, like... And he's standing in kind of a way, in a position, you wouldn't notice him, but you're like looking, you're doing this, and you look over, you're like, am I looking at a person? Because, you know, the brain recognizes human faces and stuff. And then finally your brain kicks in and says, yeah, that's a person standing back there gawking at your friend.
Arcole just kind of already understimulated and on his last leg, just goes, take a fucking picture. Take a fracking picture, man. It'll last longer.
Nah, don't take. Gosh dang picture. Get.
All right. Guy shuts the door. Which makes you think to look around. There are no internal cameras in this place. This place is very simplistic. But there is a camera nonetheless near the front door, so you guys were seen coming in. You'll be seen going out.
Arcole, lock this down.
I'm already on
I don't think there's gonna be anybody here.
All right. Hit it with all you got. It doesn't have much in the way of defense, so 2.
Got it. And am I having to do anything special with this brute force? Anything like that? Or just
do a brute force. Four. All right, and your attack was an 8.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, not a problem. Shut the icon down, system goes down. You're able to go in and do some editing and take the loop, replace you guys so you never were there. Hopping into Mama Bear and driving away from Last Call for Ethanol. The grass begins getting thinner, more spaced out. Shrub brushes are starting to disappear. And then at some point you come across the remains of what you would think would be the last few trees along this highway. Most of them are dead. And there is an evident place where there is that orange netting that they put around like construction sites and stuff like that, where there is automated machinery that lays out sod. And it's in this netting on the side of the road. So you can see like there was a machine out here just laying out more terra firma grass in this giant sandy desert. Now it's covered in like a small hill of sand. So progress was still pushing on even though the oceans were disappearing. And you're coming across the remains of these images of society, of civilization trying to win against this on-marching disappearance of the oceans. The highway turns into hard-packed sand probably about an hour after that, putting you guys close to like 1 or 2 o'clock on that first day's journey. And that's what it is at this point. Just endless sand dunes and this hard-packed road of sand and limestone and old bits of concrete. Just huge, flat pieces of concrete coming in and out of these dunes that roll over. So every once in a while, there's a boom as Mama Bear hits that dune and heads over it. And hours just keep clicking by, keep clicking by. Cools On rides in the back. He doesn't have too much to do other than just kind of sit there. He doesn't ask questions. He just looks out, looks up at the sky every once in a while. Radio stations have long since disappeared. The sound of the Matrix is now gone. And since it's only been less than a full day, our Cole is now probably chewing off the ends of his fingers.
He's gotten so rough to the point where now he is sharing his sushi. Can you say his name one more time?
Our Cole.
No.
Cools On.
Cools On. Okay. Thank you. He's now sharing his sushi with Cools On. So long as he can eat fish.
He looks. I eat everything that you eat.
Well, you had a specified thing with spiced meat. I don't know. Maybe
Jerky is upsetting to my stomach.
Okay.
I don't even do Tabasco.
I don't know. I was in a room. I had like a person to talk to, and he was kind of me. So, what am I?
Cool. Cools On. Forgive our Cole. He's just he's a hard time sometimes with chit chat. You know, he prefers to get down to it. Well, we got some hours to kill, and we can just sit here and listen to music, or we can talk a bit. I gotta be honest. There's not many chances I get speak with folk like you. So, what's home like?
Well, Irigen was a very beautiful place to be, and we were supposed to be going to a new homeworld, a new colony. We are pilgrims. We were seeking to land in a place where we could start anew and help spread our people through the stars. We didn't make it. Instead, we came here. But home, when I was a child and we were there, it was beautiful. We have a lot of life on our world that's like yours. Birds, amphibians, marsupials, we have some of those. And just different in shape and size. In fact, in comparison to our world, there's more deadlier, poisonous, vicious, murderous things on your world than there was ever on mine. And in fact, the continent known as Australia has been rated one of the most deadliest places of all the known planets. Because they have very large spiders there, and that's kind of scary.
I honestly thought you were just talking about the people for a moment there.
I would never such present myself in that way. I understand that when you gaze upon your own kind, you can uh, take no offense by this, but devalue them in such a way. But I, it is not in my nature to devalue anyone, no matter how you feel about them or their actions. Where the people I have spent the last few years with see those who are less fortunate as being less able, I don't adhere to those ideals. I think all people, all humans, all elves, all dwarves, and trolls are all equal in size and shape and mind and body and spirit. So I do not know whether or not these Australians are truly dangerous.
As he's going on with this, Arcole shoots a message over to Convoy. These aliens are just getting more and more attractive, and I don't know why.
Well, Kuzan, I mean, there's plenty of folk on this planet that would agree with you in that assessment. Fortunately, it's not all, but they're there.
I understand.
Now, I got a hard question. Why are you leaving?
We were called back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
Something changed recently. We all received a message that said things aren't safe here anymore, and that we need to come home, back to the ship, back to our colony, and do what we can to prepare to leave. You can make a judge intent if you so feel like it. Nothing says these aliens can't lie, and you don't know if they can or can't as far as that goes. You just know that this one doesn't like spicy food. Maybe he likes wasabi. That's not the same kind of spice.
I feel like Arcole, given the interaction that he just had, would probably not attempt to judge intentions. Just hearing what he had to say about just people in general and like the hostility on our planet, I feel like it's just like I feel like Arcole could relate to that enough to where he didn't try to read into that.
So he will tell you, yeah, we were called back, and it's time for us to go. It was a surprise to me. So, did Sonny tell you what was happening to me?
Nah.
Ares had set up a containment unit to try to capture one of us before we all left. And it was me. They snagged me and stunned me and drugged me and locked me into a vault. They wanted to make sure to hang on to one of us before we all left, I guess.
Did they take down your ship?
No, so we have an ability. Our ship has the ability to create a wave in space, and ride the wave. But when we were passing by, or I should say, when we were in proximity to your system, there was some sort of event took place, and our ship lost control, and so we were aiming to land on the fourth planet out, but we missed it. Landing on a planet can be hard when your navigations and control are out. And so what I was told was Earth was the better option to crash into. We didn't want to crash, we wanted to land, but again, things were damaged.
What was your interest in One Planet Over?
Our preliminary readings of the planet showed that the thin atmosphere was much more agreeable to us. You have to build machines that go into your body. We make organisms or parts of our body to fit what we need. When we came to Earth, we had to all have our lungs modified so that we could breathe here. You call it BioWare.
Who did you say that you got all those modifications done here, or
No, on our ship.
on your ship?
Yes. One of our skills are manipulation of biological material and genetics, and we just were able to manipulate and make changes to ourselves. It was, in the long run, for when we were to arrive at our destination, our point B.
Why all at once? Because I've heard about the event, and it's from what I've seen of footage, you all went into just this blank state.
We all received the call. We're all still part of the colony, and so they called all of us at one time.
How do you receive this call?
There's an organ in my head that received the call. Like the comm in your head, this organ is able to act like a comm, a specialized comm.
So BioWare com, organic com. All right.
I'll give a nod to that.
What change was it that? Do you know what change it was that it sensed to send out that initial signal?
Trying to think of his best words that he's going to use to lie to you. I sort of do know what it. I sort of do know what it is, or what is changing, or what is the reason for us to leave. And from what I understood is that things are going to get more hostile here because of, and he kind of plays around with them, and you're the first time you see him making gestures with his hands in conversation. There's a changing in the world, and it is going to, and then he puts his hands back together, it's going to be painful, and a lot of us feel that that's not something we want to be around and be part of. This change is not a bad change, it's just not a good change. So it's very evident that he's using, avoiding the direct answer and kind of like beating around the bush.
Using guarded language.
Yeah, using body language. Talking in subversive ways.
During this time, I believe that our call would be defensive enough of a person to read into that. So I absolutely want to run a judge intentions on that.
Go for it.
Now I had my character. This is the first time I'm judging intentions, I believe. So please tell me if my roll is like if my dice pool is too high, because I did have a second opinion, but how high is the pool supposed to be? And is 24 too high?
Yeah, it's supposed to be logic or willpower plus intuition.
Okay, then I can do that.
Nothing escapes the gaze of our Cole. 24 dice pool. I
was about to say that felt too much. I was like, maybe the difficulty rating on Judge Intentions is just that high or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they tend to be a little bit higher than, most dice rolls because you have a pretty sizable pool.
You said willpower, intuition, correct? Okay.
Correct.
So 12. So
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
Yeah, he's not lead. He could probably say more in depth, but he's either trying to be pleasant about it or just protective. So you definitely know that he's avoiding answering the question directly.
Any normal person would brush that off and allow them to, kind of recover from having to do all of that. Lying, that is. Our Cole is going to say, you don't have to bullfrag me, all right? It can. Who am I going to tell?
He kind of leans a little bit back in the seat, and he looks to you and goes, I'm not sure how I should tell you this, but your world is in trouble. A very powerful, dangerous event is going to take place very soon. Within the next few years, that will kill a lot of people. And my people do not want to be here when it happens.
Listen, I thought I was going to die a long time ago. I don't really care. I'm more just interested. What was sent?
He seems to want to answer. He goes, yeah, actually, you know what? He's going to say, we sensed a lot of people in the future dying. And the courses which lead to those people dying were not supposed to happen. But something has changed, and the future is being written into a direction where these people die, and our people would also be consumed.
What's the difference between what happens to the humans here and what happens to your people?
If we leave in time, we will survive. If we don't leave, we will perish amongst all those who also will perish because of the change. And he looks and he says, the future is being built every day, and there's nothing that we can do except hope that the right one happens. And at this time, we all feel that the wrong one is being built. And so we're leaving.
You know, the future... building the future is an active concept. It's not a sit back and watch sort of situation. So, if there was a way to know, well, you know, some insight into what was happening ahead, that can go a long way into changing what future happens.
He'll lean forward from the back seats and say, put your fingers onto the palm of my hand where you see the raised spots.
Arkle goes ahead. He knows that that lie wasn't for his own benefit.
Okay. There's like a connection, like a magical connection between your mind and his mind for a moment. And the things that you see in those moments are crystal clear kind of pictures that take place over a series of stuff. Like, it's like this. A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D, leads to E, leads to F. And when they come to an end, he pulls his hand back and goes, "You're awakened. I didn't know. How did that happen?" Like, and you can see there's a bit of shock in his face at the realization of some type. Like, you're awakened, whatever the hell that means. Convoy, did you as well touch his palm, make part of the connection?
I mean, yeah, I would have put Mama Bear in auto drive first.
Yeah, of course. You don't see images like what he's talking about, but you do have the feelings like you had when you held that sword and how the world moved around, and you felt that there was a lot of terribleness and maybe the sounds of lots of people screaming. But our Cole, you saw, and like I said, he is shocked that you're magical. He's saying you have magical powers. And what you saw was the entirety of the Emerald City itself rising up a Space Needle. Not just like some sort of little shuttle, but the whole Emerald City rising up that space elevator. Right? And it's in space. The entire thing is in space. That entire city becomes like a floating world almost. But then a brilliant flash of light with a tail comes out of nowhere. And when it passes, not even anywhere near Earth, but when this brilliant light passes by with this gorgeously long tail, that floating city careens down and back into the atmosphere. And it's not hitting the atmosphere that's the hard part. It's the fact that when it gets destroyed, it gets ripped to pieces and basically turns into this giant ring of orbital debris that begins falling down over days on end. And something about that taking place, the bright light with the tail, the city getting destroyed, which, by the way, you both know there are 2 nuclear power plants, fission power plants, powering Emerald City. The world begins dying. Plants begin dying. Plants begin mutating. People begin mutating. Like a second goblinization takes place. You see screaming. You see people dying. You see wastelanders and psychos running amok inside Seattle. And he must have saw it too, because when he pulls his hand back, he's just staring at you in a bit of awe.
I thought you were trying to hold back.
I was. But I couldn't give impressions. Something caused me to show everything.
Why didn't you share?
Into his seat. He sits back in his seat and goes, I don't know. I don't understand either why I was not able to. You were only supposed to feel the sensation and the pain. You weren't supposed to see any of that.
Could you have? If listen, I don't know what I am, but if you wanted to, could you show the same thing? Could you share the same thing to Convoy? If you wanted to.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
Because when, and this is these exact words, when we all discussed if we would ever share, we all agreed never to share the true sights, but only the pain. Anyone we left behind should never know what would be coming next. Knowing the future is a burden that we carry with us. To be able to close our eyes and open our mind to what might happen next, what the future holds, it doesn't always turn out well.
You can't just assume that we can't do anything about it. There's things that we can do to fix things. That's our entire job. I don't know how many planets out there have people who are trying to. It's not as though that safety is our first concern. A lot of the time, it is keeping our own butts safe. But we have operations that are kind of coincide with the Space Needle. Are you saying that what I saw was inevitable?
I don't know.
Does it happen every time? Do you look at these planets? Do you look at these other people after you've left, after these horrific visions? Do you ever check up?
We've never encountered what this is. Whatever is coming, whatever is going to alter this world, will take us with it. And we only have years, not decades. Get away. It's not our doing. Something is coming, and it will destroy everything. Or almost everything. Only a few people will survive.
Arkol says, I know, at this point, he knows, after his growth with the group, that he's gone kind of too far with the accusations. And I never said it was you. I never said it was you or your people who are instigating this. As he holds a slightly mashed piece of sashimi in his hands, offering it out. Just as like I never said that. I just want to know if this is a tried and true thing or if this is just. It could just be. It could be something that could be fixed, but all y'all have ever done is run away. I just I need to know because I don't plan on leaving here. Um, and it could help. It could help a lot.
He gives a nod and he says, maybe there is something that can be done. He will hold his hand out to our convoy and offer the same thing again, and with the promise of not hiding the images. And Arcole, you can as well join in. It is very evident to you guys that in these visions that he has, whether they're made up by him or whatever consciousness he shares with the rest of his people, the Emerald City does lift up on the space elevator and go into orbit, taking the 1.5 million people up into orbit. But in the process of doing so, it leaves the city of Seattle near devastated because it takes the weather with it. This is like the clearer version of everything. So like beforehand, when you only got bits and pieces, it was because he was resisting. Now he's just showing you everything. When they take the weather with them, Seattle dries up. There will be no more water. There will be no more water. And the hundreds of thousands of people left behind will die from the heat. Do you remember what Curie told you? That she had touched a time crystal and she saw that the Emerald City was going to kill hundreds of thousands of people. When the Emerald City gets into orbit, a bright light with a tail. What do you think that could be? Bright light with a tail.
Sounds like a dragon.
It's not. It's a comet.
Oh, that's right.
Comet comes into the system, and upon its arrival, it brings death. Your characters don't know this comet well enough. Your characters don't know. You, as individuals, might know it. But historically speaking, those people who are sitting in our audience right now going, oh shit, yes. Halley's Comet. When it came by the first time. Oh shit, it's coming back. Yeah, what happens when it comes back the second time? Death. The first time goblinization took place. What happens when it comes back again? And magic re-erupts. That's what you're witnessing.
I appreciate you finally being honest, even if you didn't mean for it. Is there some reason? I know that it's an agreement amongst your people, but why try to leave people with the feelings that it leaves and not the information that could benefit them? In your mind, they're gonna die anyways.
It would leave people wanting to do something to change it. And this would lead to more harm. More people would die. and less people would survive in the end. And he'll allow you to see that version of the future that they have seen, where people then rile up. They try to keep the Emerald City from leaving, and then there's a class warfare, and police become the brutal regime to oppress everyone who's on the ground, and it becomes a heaven versus the people on the earth kind of scenario, and the Emerald City still ends up launching. The same thing happens, but now there are more people already dead on Earth when the comet returns.
So you just, I can only take this in the only way that I know how, and that is going to be through technology. I don't, so unless there is a zero ping, unlimited connection to your people, wherever they might be, you just generated a fresh piece of imagery for us. Do these come from each and every one of the people? Is it all at the same time? Because I'm just confused on. I want to know that whoever is coming up with these has enough computing power to give me something accurate. You know, I'm just trying to keep up. I don't understand a lot of this stuff. I don't understand what you mean whenever you say that I have whatever. I don't get it.
You have a deck. If you had 100 decks, you could do 100 hacks, or one hack really well. We are hundreds of thousands of us, and we are all linked, so we can all work toward one given goal. We are 100,000 computers coming up with one answer.
And I imagine y'all that had a chance to figure out what it would take to stave off this future. What does that look like?
We have thought on a number of options, and there was one individual who there is a possibility of changes to be made. If and then and he pauses. He, like the amount of pausing I'm doing, I'm trying to pantomime like his like moments of like that instantaneous levels of communication he's having with other people. And he will say, be prepared to keep this from happening. To be prepared to keep this from happening. You must bring down the weather station. Without the weather, without the rain, this world will die. And he holds his hand out a third time this time. This is what you make sure to make that point, we all say. And he holds his hand out. When you touch it, you see Vought towers inside the Emerald City. You see the weather machine, that large cylinder-shaped building with all of its weird additions sticking out, controlling the weather and all fine details, and the waterfalls, and it's got a lot of beauty to it. And then there's a lot of stuff that seems to be happening, and like I would describe it as like fighting inside the Emerald City. And then part of the building itself ruptures, and something comes out. Something flies out, shaped like a dragon, made of pure water. And as it flies out and into the sky, it explodes, sending clouds in all directions that immediately turn into tumultuous, dark, brooding lightning bolts, heavy rains, and what looks to be a cyclonic storm consumes everything in sight, just pouring down rain. And this time, when the Emerald City lifts into the night sky, and the bright light with the tail swoops past, the Emerald City is destroyed and spreads out across the stars, creating a ring of debris. And people on the ground seem to struggle. The rain seems to wash off the dirt. The rain seems to take away their suffering, the death. The clouds themselves seem to protect the people who stayed behind. And he says, must free the water spirit that's trapped within inside of the weather tower.
So that's how Vaught is controlling the weather?
He shakes his head. I believe what they have told me. I had never thought of that. I thought it was purely technology, but we have all agreed that it is a spirit that they have trapped.
How? It's not at all that I don't believe you. It's not at all. I just want to know how, if you didn't know that, how one of you would know that. Did one of you work in one of the facilities? Is that something that you can ask? Because I want to know for the sake of information.
Yes, we believe. I believe, because for we, that's them, consciousness. I is the individual. I believe that one of us did know it was there. I am not as proficient in magic as others, so I assume someone more skilled than myself knew this.
Okay. Out of character for just a moment.
Sure.
I'm assuming that anything that crosses through Orkole's mind magically can't be copied technologically. Okay, he pulls out the MS Paint and really tries to make his best renditions.
Sure. Like, you can use your brain power to make images.
Yeah, no, that's effectively what I was saying.
Yeah.
Not genuine MS Paint.
You're going to say something, Convoy?
So Convoy's kind of going through his head. He will send a message to Orkole. It's very simple. And what happens if the space elevator gets blown up?
I wasn't going to bring that up. I can only assume that that's in their calculations. I don't think that we have to hide anything from him, but that could already just be in their calculations. If
Nothing in your images showed anything about the elevator being damaged. Nothing.
yes, but there's always rebuilding, and we don't know how far into the future they're talking, because
Very
this
true.
could be preemptive.
Yep, and remember, Curie and her allies were always fearful of the doctor in question, and the dragon, and the doctor and the dragon and their activities. And when Curie and your old Johnson, what was his name? Forgot already. They had realized that they were up to stuff, and that's when Curie had access to one of those crystals that allowed her to kind of sense part of the future, a time crystal, which is kind of ironic because this guy can kind of see into the future too. And she saw tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people dying. And it can be stopped. And so the impression was to blow up the space elevator because that's going to kill everyone. Now you guys are at a point where this alien's like, yeah, it's something related to that, but as far as we can tell, it's more related to the fact that I couldn't take all the water.
Yeah, so my worry is the job has to change.
So, I think this might constitute another reach out to Curie.
Yeah, I agree.
Did we pick up anything from Curie about her general impressions on these aliens at all? I don't recall anything.
Nope.
Okay.
She made no reference to these guys. As far as she could tell you, they were just, they're here. This didn't even come up on her radar as far as it goes for the job at hand.
I'd like to be on the same page as Curie. If there's something that she doesn't know, I know that she set out this job with the knowledge that she had. But if we have more, and I know that our entire thing is just to do the job, but I think it may change if we tell her, especially, she's a little bit more in tune with the magical side. Maybe she can procure even more information. She seems like she's well connected.
Can you double check that Nancy's not around? Nancy, are you around?
There's no Matrix out here.
Okay, I know, but yeah. Just want to make sure.
Good point. Good call. But, nope, nothing. And if she's definitely not answering.
Okay. I don't know. She seems like the type where she might answer. Who knows?
She would. She actually would do.
All right. Well, here. Yeah, I think we gotta adjust this. This might be for the better. It might be for the better because now we've got some cover. They think we're doing one thing. We're doing something else.
Plus, if what we do, if our previous job is either going to net us 0 or make everything worse, we're not just agents of chaos here. Like, it's not the point. We can do this so we can keep on making money.
Right? You're gonna take all the water and we're all gonna die? No, can't do that. I need to make money.
Exactly.
I gotta pay my bills.
Yeah, I work
all right.
million, not gallons, not milliliters. Not how I roll.
Since the time of night, it's 11:20 for me. I don't think we're going to do with any Wastelanders or any combat. This was all just a really big roleplay session. And it's going to end with, first of all, amazing role-playing, you guys. That was really well done. Like, I liked the depth at which Arcole was, like, latched onto the story and, like, chewing at the bits moving forward. And so I'm definitely happy with the direction it's moved. I'm enjoying the fact that the story took place. This was always the intent was always to have this meeting, me personally, between you guys and one of the Allurans before they, air quotes, left to go to the airport. I just didn't really have, like, I had thought of several other segues to do it, but then, bam, this opportunity for extra money came about, and I'm like, this is kind of perfect. So it all worked out really well. I also want to say that in the last 2 days of travel, Arcole has taught you level 1 in summoning, level 1 in spellcasting. He is more than happy to teach you the necessary steps to start taking advantage of your natural magical talents that you seem to have. For the purpose of game mechanics, you will have a magic rating of 1. We can make your modifications to your character later, but as for right now, it started you on the path of being able to cast. Why? Because the collective that he is part of realize that somehow you, all of you, are involved. They can't read your mind. They have no idea. They can't just go future sight a bunch of times and, like, figure things out. That's not how it works. But they realize that if someone's willing to make the effort to make a change, they have to be given tools that will help them. If you want to be able to help this water elemental out, you need to know magic. You have the ability to learn it, so they told him to teach you the beginning bits. The only spell I'm going to say that you're going to start off with is going to be Stun Bolt, Mana Bolt. You're going to have a magical one, casting of 1, and a summoning of 1. They're going to teach you how to also summon sprites and little spirits and stuff. This doesn't change all the things that your character currently has. It just means that you have the ability to do this. Now, of course, you have lost some essence due to cyberware, right? Mm-hmm. Right. So the highest your magic score can get is a 5. But in the meantime, it can go up to a 5. But we'll see how that develops out as far as it goes for the way the story moves forward.
Got it. No, that sounds awesome.
And there's one more thing. After the delivery to the spaceship, which, by the way, is pretty freaking cool. But again, this is a dystopian future, and we're not supposed to be like, oh, this is the happy parts. No, we don't care about that. What we do care about is what appears into your bank accounts when you get confirmation, or when you give confirmation that they has arrived. Unfortunately, there was no hazard pay. There was hazards, but you guys avoided them. And so hazard pay was already included. And I didn't see a reason why they shouldn't get the bonus for getting early. They didn't have any things get in their way. It was all role playing. We got through the story bits as I expected to. So do you feel that, they should also get the bonus? All right. So how much goes into each of their accounts?
$90,000 million.
9 standard worth of pay. So on the drive back, you guys get a chance to eat 3-day-old sashimi and beef jerky while dodging psycho wastelanders coming to cannibalize your bodies. And
And also the question on information. With there's more where that came from. If you tell me what you talked about.
And lastly, karma. I normally award 3 to 5 karma, and you guys did a really good job with the role playing. There was some very interesting bits and pieces, some great antics. So I'm going to award, see where are we at? 7 karma for tonight's game. Please make sure to put that in the chat because all the players are at the same karma rate. And so that way, even those who aren't able to show up tonight, they too will still have the same amount of karma.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Good game, man. Oh, it feels so good. I can make rent.
You're not even thinking about making Mama Bear into Mama Bird right now. You're just like, I need to make it a next
Just like,
month.
oh, I'm not gonna get kicked out of my apartment. That's
But all right,
Good
hoping
catch,
that
by the
they're
way, on making sure Duck isn't being followed. By the way, like that was either you're starting to figure out how this works, or you're just starting to figure out how I work. Either way, that was definitely like oh, good, they're paying attention.
I didn't love that he came to my door. That was not. We did not talk
he
about
has
that.
zero tact. He has nothing, man. He's got nothing to work with. The guy he's a water merchant, not a Shadowrunner.
Yeah, I'm gonna request that one of the things he gets is like Shadowrunner etiquette.
There you go.
Like that's the program.
it's just a Word doc. Don't do this.
Okay, you know what? That might be what it has to be. So yeah.
Awesome.
All
Thanks
right,
for the game, Max.
Christian,
Yeah.
if you would like to announce our winner.
Oh yes, I would. Did you send that my way?
Yeah.
All right. Well, everyone, you got your It's time to announce the winner of our Parachute Panda giveaway. Where'd you send it to me? There it is. Okay, and our winner tonight is, oh goodness, Mr. Severin. Severin. Mr. Severin, you've won the giveaway. So please leave your whispers open and we'll be reaching out to you soon.
Excellent. So we got something to tell the audience. I run Shadowrun through a really great company called Rough Magic. Rough Magic has this link coming up here in the chat in just a second. I can't do it. Somebody else is going to do it. But I run Shadowrun for Rough Magic, and you can pay for my services to run Shadowrun for you. And if you're not interested in Shadowrun, we've got a whole bunch of other stuff that you can come and hang out, and professional game masters will help provide you with the game you're looking for. Are you a forever GM? Problem solved. You no longer have to worry about that. You too can have a chance to get your game on. You want to top that off there, Christian?
Yeah.
Do a good job.
Yeah, I think you should do Shadowrun, because here's the thing. If you don't know how to get into Shadowrun, if it's a little too much, a little too daunting, you know what makes it a lot easier? A professional game master who knows all the rules and does it all the time. Right there. So, yeah, now's your chance. Do you have a brief description of the campaign you're thinking about running?
Yes. So, the next part is going to be 2145. 21. Yes, the next one's going to be 2145. It's future. The aftermath of this current campaign, where the world has definitely changed for the worse, and now people are struggling for what possibly comes next. And it is a survival game in the Shadowrun world for resources, while trying to figure out how to. At this point, cities have a lot more than just one city. A lot of cities have gone into orbit, and so the game takes place not only just on Earth, but also going to orbital platforms and trying to recoup those things that were taken, and in an attempt to bring back to Earth all that precious water and so on and so forth to save the population. And so constantly going against the corporations who have all moved into outer space where there are vampires. Outer space is filled with them. And the other one I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the 2080s, and I'm going to be running some pretty much very stereotypical Shadowrun stuff, break into the corporation, steal the data, find the new tech thing, that stuff too. So those are street level stuff. Yeah. So I got my cool campaign story idea that I'm doing, and then I want to do some simpler stuff.
Do some classic running or space vampires. That's what I heard.
Space vampires. Space is filled with vampires.
Incredible options, honestly.
Yeah. Come hang out, play some Shadowrun. Trying to think. That's all. Anybody else? Do we want to? I'm good. You good?
Yeah, we're good. Good to taper up.
All right, let's go ahead and send it on in, pack it in. I thank you all for joining us tonight. I'm Max from Original Box Set. This is Rem, Alternis people, Rough Magic, and Gen Con TV. Blah blah blah. Good night.
Good night.